check, check, check. Hi, everyone. How's everybody doing? Live stream participants, this one's for you. Um, Thank you all so much for coming and joining in on the live stream now or in the future. My name is Eve Parker Finley. I'm the Symposium Director. I'm so excited to be having this conversation today. At a distance from within, conversations on diaspora. Tyra and I met about this talk, and I think it's going to be fascinating, and these two artists are so cool. Let's do it. Without further ado, I'm going to let Tyra introduce the panel.
Well,
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Tyra Maria Chono, and I am one of the co-curators this year for Art Pop, alongside Bettina Martinez Perez, who is not present here today, unfortunately. First of all, I would just like to thank Eve Parker Finley for inviting us today, and I would also like to thank Art Vault and Pop Montreal for giving me this opportunity today. And I am happy to share time and space with Jin Hyewon, who is exhibiting at Project Casa, and Joyce Juma, who just had a film screening last night at Cinema Modern, in collaboration with Film Pop. This year, Art Pop, we have a lot of things going on, a lot of events, and we have a collaboration with Film Pop, which was last night. We have Love and Nonprofit Organization, an exhibition that's happening at Espace Pop, and we have Pop Reads, and we also have a collaboration with Project Tabloid, who is showcasing the work of Holly Chang until October 20th. We have a lot of things going on. I think you could just find our programming on the Pop Montreal website. So one of our biggest projects this year for Art Pop was to realize an exhibition. And in the past years, Art Pop, the exhibition would take place here, actually, upstairs for 5 days. But this year, we had the opportunity to work with Project Casa. And with Project Casa, we have an exhibition called At a Distance from Within, which is up till this Sunday, October 2nd. And I also wanted to just shout out that we have a finissage this Saturday from 5 to 7. And I also would like to thank Danielle and Paul for hosting us for this exhibition. So now moving on with the exhibition itself, I just wanted to first start off with just talking about how we got together, me and Bettina. So me and Bettina got together through this platform called Art Vault, which is a platform that started from Concordia, who gives recent graduates opportunities in the real world after you graduate. So they have mentorships, workshops, or residencies, which me and Bettina got through Art Vault, which is the curatorial residency with Pop Montreal. And when we first got together, we realized how many of the subjects and themes that we tackle in our practice are very similar. So we thought that it would be a good idea to explore a word that is often talked about these past few years, which is diaspora. And I just wanted to sum up our exhibition in just a few sentences that I have written out. So A Distance from Within draws from the allegory of the seed as an entity that creates a sense of rhythmocratic placemaking. This relations form of placemaking refers then to flourish of communities, practice, and exchange that come from diverse and multiple diaspora. The exhibition explores the concept of diaspora through the use of texts by diasporic writers such as Sundus Aldou Adi, Stuart Hall, and Edouard Glissant, among others. As Sundus Aldou Adi mentions, armed with free and critical thinking, artists can craft new narratives and forge new connections outside of the sphere of national identity and official stories. Our curatorial approach recognizes the difference that exists among different diasporic persons while also attempting to bridge certain similar social, cultural, and political lived experience that emerge from geographical dislocation. Many artists approach their work by delving into personal and official stories. The ones featured in this exhibition use identity as a starting point to work towards transforming memory into tangible artifacts, employing their own voices and agency. And through this process, we came across many artists that we've discovered. And one of the artists that we've discovered is Jin Hee-woon. And I first encountered Jin Hee-woon's work at the Binal Ellen Gallery. And it was the Ignitions exhibition, which is created by the MFA students at Concordia University. And Jin Hee-woon, his work embodies the daily events an individual face when negotiating migration as an Asian migrant living in the West. And I felt like it reflected a lot with my personal experience, especially with my parents that immigrated from the Philippines to Canada. And even though they've adapted the language, the lifestyle, there's always something that makes them different in Canada. And I just wanted to introduce now Jin Hee-woon, who will be talking about his practice.
Thank you so much for inviting me to have wonderful exhibitions and having this great artist talk. And I guess I can briefly explain what my practice is and how it related to this ongoing exhibition. I have some So, hello, my name is Hyun. I'm from Korea. Migrated to Canada, Montreal since 2017. And so my work began with this type of exposed in the daily basis how people created their own display, such as like these images that I always collect when I get inspiration. It's because like I rarely have opportunity to have studios, so I don't really, even though I'm sculpture, but I don't really make a physical body of work. So I mostly like look around or walk around and then find something that like really interested in me with this type of creation by people, and I find this like creative action is like really more admired. So I kind of like keep collecting this type of images while I'm commute or day-to-days. And when you see this type of display, it's just like it's just fascinating to me. It was just like combining little by little and the color and they just created for this, for example, this one is like they put it outside to maybe accelerate selling, but to me it's just like some kind of sculpture. It's like very well combined together that doesn't really like meet together in a way. And this type of things that I discovered is like theatrical kind of movements by the objects, like the continuities, and that kind of creates a third theatrical moment. And this also kind of like things that I can discover on the streets, that like the whole is kind of changing this image, like kind of twisting the landscape, and this type of things that like lean on the walls a long times and get leaned and become like sculptural by humidities or the origin like aesthetic that woods kind of has. And this also kind of things that I really interested in, like the organic shapes of the material that like kind of has already, and also this like weird random connection between the small object, and also this type of another theatrical kind of gesture. And this is something that I starting to notice in Montreal, all the door is like when it locked and it's just locked. So they just often use this type of creation for their moving. So I find this is like really fascinating installation. And this is also like that I really liked in Montreal landscape. It's like people putting all like bicycle all at one pole together, and I named it. This is like kind of too much love. To me, it's like I can create this language by the object. Oh yeah. Sorry. And after that, my practice, I starting to make this installation things that around me, which is like I had this like letter that I got from the Facebook market, but it sits in my house like 2 years, and I never got to really find the use of this letter. So I starting to bring it to the studio and just spend some times and contemplating this object, and also the other like this wood I carved. I grab it from the outside, but I kind of like had an idea that maybe I can use some coat hanger in the house, but then also it was never got to use. So this type of like object that I had it, but then I don't use in the house. So I starting to use as my artwork, and I will, as I previously showed all these pictures of the object that I really inspired. There's some common formal themes, which is like kind of gravity, so durational and absurd, and also like kind of a language play. And so in this work, I started with a letter hanging with this like strings. It's kind of like opposite, you know, when you like have this letter, you just like did at different angles. It used to be, but I kind of like changed this hierarchy that letter has the meaning of these things, and also the IKEA, and then this wood, organic like shapes from the natures, and the concrete, this piece fragments, like kind of that related to the gentrification and ready-made nature. I kind of like combine these three together to create some moment for my exhibition as part of sculpture. And there's another like the mirrors on the floor that lean on the wall. Is like I tried to use these like halogen lamps to create fake kind of golden hours. I don't know if it was successful, but then it was pretty close. Like when you comes to the space and you actually see this like drizzle of the sun, kind of fakes on nights. And a similar way of use my similar things that I use for my sculptures. Like it's also like all the found object, and I try to amplifying this kind of like aesthetic form that material has with combining together, and it's kind of reflecting on my migration, like kind of my body experience, like how I negotiate like within the different like context since I moved. Whereas before in Korea, I did not think about like this type of negotiation. I was more free. I was more like able to not really conscious about this type of negotiation. And then after when I first moved here, I didn't also had a studio space. So I started just work with my iPhone and try to, same as like picture, but more like I want to maybe create something else rather just stillness. So I starting to collect videos instead of pictures, and sort of like always like this subtitle as part of image, because my experience in Korea, all like Western culture that I watched, it's all like always within the subtitle. So subtitle is not just translation to me; it was more like part of the image. So I want to use as also part of a narrative that kind of goes well with my footage that I collect. So it was like 4 minutes short video that is kind of like narrates of my total body of experience after I lived in North America. And then I also keep practicing with the ordinary, these like objects that just comes to me. Cause like nowadays, like people, cause I'm in the MFA program and everybody know my practice, and then they starting to, oh, this might be interested you. So it's like the things comes to me now. So I'm starting to juggling with these things, to amplifying these aesthetics, and try to reflecting of this like negotiation into sculptural way, and I starting to also making actual sculpture, which is like my English is not good enough, and this is like generally this is not my first language, so I'm always struggling with the language barrier, and then when I started when I studying in Concordia MFA, I noticed that like also the francophone students also struggle sometimes within speaking English. So I thought this is kind of a nice way to share, but different angles, different perception, and that's kind of so far what I did. And I wanted to also share something that I been doing as a collective. When I moved 2017, I really don't know anybody's, but I've always interested it to find some communities, and I find some good artists, like two of them, through the Concordia. And they also had a similar kind of experience, like kind of exclusive by having difficulty as a minority artist. So we started like, let's just make our own exhibition or opportunities. So we call it Quiet Ourselves. It's quotes from the Virginia Woolf. And our project is always like exhibited with moving trailer, which is like U-Haul truck. We lent it because like it's mobile and it doesn't cost a lot, and it's kind of reflecting of this migration instability in a way, and temporal kind of artisanal space. So we kind of make a schedule. Each of the participants find a place where they want to park and exhibit their things. And we've been doing this like 3 years, but after pandemic, we kind of changed it because like it's kind of not impossible to gathering together. But we were like find a way, another way of exposing our work through the moving box, but it's still ongoing. This is one of work I presented with the moving trailer. I was sitting in the park and just staring at the moon, and I thought I really wanted to pack this moonlight into the moving box. It was kind of absurd, but I really like to challenge those type of abstract poetry. So it was a full moon day. I used a lot of mirror. I borrowed, asking around, can you bring some mirrors so I can reflecting this moonlight into the moving truck. So there's a one small circle-shaped mirror that is the kind of moonlight. Someone's backyard, where it's like because that the place was more like able to collect this moonlight. So it goes down to the mirror and the reflecting to other mirrors. And I was able to collect the moonlight into the moving box, but it was kind of contaminated by this Desjardins laser light, so it looks like really like greenish. But yeah, that's kind of like what I've been doing in Montreal, and yes, I think that's about my work. Yes.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for sharing your practice today. I feel like I love how you spoke about your collective, because I feel like these days, like, you know, it's so easy to just start, like, you know, a collective with friends, and it sort of just gets people together and sort of creates a community in Montreal. And yeah, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So I guess we will be moving on to Joyce Juma, who was part of the film screening last night at Cinéma Moderne, and it was actually a sold-out screening. So I guess we'll just start off with Joyce Juma, who will be talking about her practice.
Hello, thank you for the presentation and thank you for having us, Pop Montreal and Tyra today. Yeah, so I didn't prepare necessarily a PowerPoint, but my website is up, and maybe I feel more comfortable presenting my practice in a more fluid way. So for context, I arrived to Montreal or to Canada 6 years ago to mostly study film at Concordia, and right now I'm pretty much based here. So the relationship has changed throughout the years, or ever since I got here, as well as the goals and what you wish to establish in relationship to the place. Yeah, so I mostly work with video as a medium. It has been my main focus. And my work mostly revolves around, I would say, dissecting a certain political landscape. But it's not just any political landscape. I come from Lebanon. I think I forgot to mention this. I was born and raised in Lebanon, and my work mostly revolves around, or that political landscape I'm referring to is the political landscape that is present or has been present in Lebanon. And what I mean by dissecting it is trying to spot specific elements within that landscape and try to delve more into tackling them through video. So, for example, one of my main focus is the performance of politicians, whether it's through General Assemblies meetings or through, for example, just decision making. Like, for example, what we're seeing right now is a screenshot from a video called "It's Just a Photoshop Work," and the video is about Trump's decision to move the capital of Israel-Palestine, that is to Jerusalem. And I try to reflect this through Photoshop work, while trying to really convey the idea that you just can't do this, and it is really just a Photoshop work. So there's that when it comes to a politician's performance. And I also have another work called electoral photogeny, or photogénie électorale, which is a term that was conceived by Roland Barthes. And it's all about how politicians take photos or present themselves in the electoral photo shoots when they're about to have their candidate's portrait being taken. And so I collaborated with a video artist from Lebanon who filmed all I would say, the invasion of posters all over the buildings in Lebanon when there were elections in Lebanon in 2019. And going back to also the politicians' performance in, let's say, general assemblies, there was a work that I've done on a UN General Assembly, but it was mostly focused on the simultaneous translation that happens in these UN meetings, where if there's someone presenting in a different language, all the people involved in the assembly are listening to a simultaneous robotic translation of the person speaking. And so kind of thinking around language translation, but mostly how the affect of the person presenting, especially if it's for a human rights meeting, gets removed because it gets translated simultaneously and it's just like a robotic voice. So there's that for some of my past work. The questions that I'm interested in right now are, let's say, focused on post-colonial education, or the education, like national educational systems, and how they get shaped after colonial times. And I go back mostly to the context of Lebanon. So I've already done a work that was presented this summer at the Musée des Beaux-Arts alongside other artists. That was a group show, the Mardi, with Stanley Février. And in that video work, I tried to represent or delve into the Lebanese educational system, where you get taught a lot about how the Ottoman Empire colonized Lebanon for like 400 years. But then the contemporary history of Lebanon is completely removed from this book. So I've been thinking around these discourses within the educational system and how they get built and shaped and even taught. And then when you're taught these discourses, how it shapes you as well, and the vision you have of your country or the space that you grew up in. And I'm also right now conceiving another video work that relates to this idea of the educational system. And I'm also working on a film that I shot recently this summer. And I would say that this film would hopefully be part of a trilogy of films that I'm interested in doing around the current socioeconomic crisis in Lebanon. So I would like to tackle it from 3 different angles. And I had already started this summer with, or by looking at an architectural site in Lebanon that was unfinished. And the site is threatened to be collapsed, and it's in crisis. And so I tried to parallel the crisis that the site embodies to the current socioeconomic crisis in Lebanon. It's also part of my residency that I'm doing at the CCA, the Canadian Centre for Architecture. So we're doing this together. Right now it's in post-production. And yeah, I was also involved as a cultural worker in art restaurant centers in Montreal, which also really helps seeing things from a more pragmatic perspective, and understanding how things are on an operational level, I would say. Which, yeah, I think it also really helps as artists to be able to be involved in these ways and to understand the infrastructure of the scene and how things are. But yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Joyce, for sharing a bit about your practice. And I just wanted to ask, when will it be your exhibition at the CCA? Just a little announcement.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, so there's going to be an exhibition around the film, and for now it's set to be for February 2023.
Yeah, well, that's going to be soon, and congratulations for this. I guess now we'll be moving on to questions that I've formed by their works that they are exposing for At a Distance from Within. So I guess I'll just start off with Joyce, since we had seen Joyce's film last night at Cinema Madame. And one of the questions that I had was, what did you mean with feeling boredom? And how do you relate to the experience of being exiled or away from home? And it'll be jump back to Hyewon after this question.
So maybe we can give a little bit of context or super brief context for those who were not at the screening. So the film is an essay that tries to bridge the idea of being away from home, I would say, with the feeling of boredom, of being bored. And so I did this film in 2018. So I would say 2 years after I had arrived here. And it was still a gray zone, how I feel about Montreal or my connection to it, or in ways where I didn't feel fully settled by then. And I went through a phase where I was experiencing deep boredom, but it's not because I wasn't busy enough or because I was not involved in things or having much on the daily, but I realized that it was more a feeling of boredom that generated from longing to another place and not feeling fully present in the place where you are right now. And I really insisted on the fact that it was boredom as a feeling, but then the motif behind it for me was interesting to explore in a way where it was almost at the borders of being homesick, but also feeling this gap or distance that exists between the two places. And how do you experience this on a deep level, but also on in the mundane? So I knew that this is what I wanted to explore as a feeling, or to make of this feeling of boredom the protagonist of the film, I would say. Usually, I think that cinema is all about situations that trigger feelings, but not about the feelings themselves. So I tried to make of this feeling the actual protagonist, or the main subject of the film. And I really wanted to collaborate with a writer who is self-exiled in France. He comes from the same city that I come from in Lebanon, called Tripoli, and the writer's name is Suhaib Ayoub. So he's self-exiled in France, and I knew I couldn't write necessarily in the ways that I wanted to express this feeling. So I approached him for a collaboration, for him to write a text about boredom, in his great sense of poetism and stuff. And yeah, he sent me a text that he had written, and I started conceiving images around this text in ways where it also feels very natural as a train of images, nothing really forced or insanely artistic, let's say. And yeah, and we did this 6-minute short together, and now I'm somewhere else, I think, in relationship to Montreal, or even how I feel about me being constantly in between Montreal and Lebanon. But yeah, that was the case back then.
Yeah, no, I feel like I felt like watching this video was very site-specific, especially with the scenes of the metro in Montreal or the Old Port. It's sort of touristic places of Montreal. But I felt like the text especially resonated a lot with, people who, migrate in the different countries, sort of, feels like a different, like they could feel sort of like missing or, longing for their place of home. But yeah, and I feel like for Hyun, you're going through the same thing, and how do you feel about this question?
The delay to the distance. I guess at the first first couple of years, I really didn't really know. Like I mean, probably like it's more like lack of knowing where to get what I want. Like it more like accessibilities, like really basic things. Like how do I deal it with just like registering documents and like bank accounts and like these kind of like really fundamental things. But then and again another like fundamental thing is language barrier too. And then like couple of years later, I starting to feeling a bit better, like as of like kind of assuring a bit of distance feelings from home, but it's 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 just like because how do I connect with my families and friends in Seoul? It's like really far away. It was always with video chats or either text, and that is not that is not the same way of connecting to people. And but I think it's all about the fundamental things, really, like how do I like survive, and yeah,
Yeah, no, like I feel like even with my experience, like, talking to my family, especially from the Philippines, like, having this access through technology, like, having Instagram, having Facebook, or, WhatsApp, like it's a good way to connect with family and just, know what's going like on in their lives, because, there's can't always talk to them, but, having these platforms just gives you a way to just connect with them and just know what's up and what's going on. But yeah, thank you so much for both sharing. And I have one last question, and the last question would be, are there any reflections or critique on the word diaspora has been tackled in contemporary art, practice, or discourse? And I feel like diaspora has been a big word that everyone's been talking about these past few years. So I guess one of you could start.
Yeah, it is a big question, especially through the three angles that you've mentioned. I mean, I feel mostly concerned about how it has been tackled in contemporary art. Regardless of how much we identify to it, and I'm sure that the degrees are very different depending on the vécu of people. I do think that it has been instrumentalized in the past years, or the current time right now, in ways where it almost feels like a canon that facilitates categorization. Especially in North America, we really tend to want to categorize and classify people or identities in general. And I'm just worried about it sometimes blending all these experiences together and the uniqueness behind each person and what they've went through under the umbrella of that term, diaspora. So okay, we can all go take the bus together, but I mean, we have different like destinations. But then institutions, when they like are, how can I say, designing their grants politics, or I don't know, their support programs, and all these things that they put forward. Sometimes it really feels like it's instead of really fully using this as a way to reach out to the other, it becomes more of a
Category?
yeah,
You
but
can
I
say,
mean, you
yeah.
get also within that process, some things get erased, and it's really important to stay vigilant, to like, and intentional with how these programs or grants or any types of policies within institutions that are set or directed towards immigrant artists or even artists of colors. All these like BIPOC only calls. I mean, sometimes it feels like artists get rendered to their place of origin or to their identities, and we just remain on the surface as opposed to really delving into like specific contexts and experiences and things that have a face, as opposed to saying, oh, they're all the same person, you know. Trying to think if I have other thoughts. Yeah, no, for now I think that's the first thing that comes to mind.
That's a kind of a similar experience, because like as a like being minority artist, like living in Montreal, and starting to see these like movements that they allow more like the spot for immigrant artists. Even they created this like grant system called Vivacité Montréal. And I sort of feel like since like 5 years I sort of questioning that, like since my status kind of shifted since like I started to do institution here, and so the question was like, is this really like the
welcoming package.
yeah, the
Oh my
or is it really like the honesty, or is it just like the systematic program? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that grant is very special because, and I think it works as a great example on what I was trying to say, because it gives you access, but with few other doors being closed, and it's really this question of, yes, I understand that you're very attentionate towards me, but then how far can we go together? And then again, it blends everybody together, because it's like, oh, okay, this grant has been created for you specifically, but I might be interested in showing next to, you know, everybody else that is allowed to apply to the other also grants or be in the shows with that are not specifically capitalizing. I think that's the word, capitalizing on identity politics, and how and make it like the first layer through which, or the first the first layer through which we read one's practice. And I think, yeah, I mean, once you're aware of this, it's also really hard to break free from it, because it's like so embedded in like institutional treatment towards artists. But yeah, like I don't want people to necessarily read my practice from, that like I'm Lebanese and that's the first thing you should like know about me, you know. It's of course more than this to everybody who's here, but it's a lot of work to put this forward. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but thank you so much for sharing both your, answers on this question that I've just asked you. But yeah, I guess we'll just open the floor to questions now to the public, if any of you have questions before we end this talk. So I guess you could go.
Is the mic on?
Oh, it's on.
On now? Yeah, thank you so much. Tyra, congratulations on the exhibition. It's a really beautiful exhibition. Very happy that Pop Montreal could host you. And thanks for your presentations. Really, really interesting topic. I'm wondering more about the current context. Obviously, both of you are working with politics and language and cultural identity, and being someone who programs art in Quebec, we have a very specific, context in which we're always, navigating. And you're both, in past works, have brought in language into your work and talking about it. And I'm just wondering, as an institution or as an organization, I'm always curious about how do we then have those conversations with the broader public. You're the artist, so you're making this work and you're presenting all these ideas. And as an arts organization, our job is to engage with the public on those topics. So how do you see your role as artists in working with cultural institutions and trying to get those ideas more discussed in the broader culture?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I feel that the current context really requires from artists to be more than just artists, like almost cultural or social agents. And I personally have a hard time seeing myself fully detached from that, from wearing that hat of being like a cultural or social agent. Because if the institutions are, I will call it frustration. If they're frustrated about how to do that outreach, then we shouldn't necessarily stop at pointing it out and blaming them. I think there should be definitely room for collaborating together through conversation. But then I also think that we do tend to sometimes romanticize that relationship under the umbrella of being in conversation. I think being in conversation also requires sitting around the same table as we're thinking about policies and bylaws that lay the ground to how this institution works and thinking about it together. So this might sound a little bit conceptual, but on a maybe more practical level, one of the ideas that come to mind is inviting artists or people with such perspectives to join boards or I don't know, programming committees or juries, sit on jury panels and such, because they should, I think that there should be, this collaboration should also involve passing on some agency to those who are bringing forward this type of discourse. Otherwise, I think it's just a passive relationship where, oh, okay, we're gonna include this artist in our programming this year, and it's gonna be a bonus point on our CV as an institution. But then, that's one way of doing it, but for me, it's still quite passive. And it's interesting that we're having this conversation today because it's like Reconciliation Day and so many, it's interesting to look at how the institutions or artist run centers are dealing with it. Some are closing, some are choosing to be in conversation, some are frustrated, they don't know what to do because it's a complex process. So yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah, like just like little thought light away comes up in my head. It's like because it's like it often categorizes us as immigrant artists, and often sort of expectation of having political voices. But when I thinking of like this, kind of like we're in the pop Montreal and music scene, and when we see that the artist works, we don't like really categorize because of this person is comes from. I think based on my experiences that like in terms of the music, and and but the art scene is kind of more I don't know, it's kind of like really difficult to actually thinking about how do we actually unfold it. Yeah, it's a really big topic too.
Thank you for both answering. I feel like there's so many things to just talk about this certain question that Jen just asked, but I feel like, you know, it's something that is an ongoing conversation every day that I've had with Joyce, everyone in Montreal, because I feel like, you know, at least we're trying to make things better, but I feel like there's never going to be like a final result. But I feel like I'm glad that there's still an ongoing conversation that we get to, you know, talk about and, you know, sort of change things in a way, because I feel like 5 years ago things were very different to now. And I think I'm still glad that, you know, we're still having this conversation.
Totally.
Is there another question before we end things off? Go for it. Yes.
Was it the post-colonial education? Post-colonial. Oh, electoral photogeny. Yeah. A term introduced by Roland Barthes. Yeah.
Well, I guess this wraps up our talk. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
My future, not knowing my past. There's no answer to questions never asked. We don't know each other. about love, you know that shit ain't cool. You talk about trust like saying I'm a fool. Talk on my future, not knowing my past. There's no answer to questions never asked. We don't know each other. We could never be as one. Just think with one another. Just think of what it could become, yeah. Start to question everything I know. Since you got here, I've become unsure.
time. Rock and roll. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? You guys?
So good.
So good. I'm also so good and not at all hungover. Is this being recorded? It is being recorded. Excellent. I am Eve. I'm the Symposium Director at Pop Montreal. I am so happy to be introducing this amazing panel. Are musicians supposed to struggle to be successful in their careers? I think we know what the implied answer is, but I'm really excited to talk about it. This is an amazing panel of people. I don't want to take up any more time. I want to let them get into it. Please join me in welcoming Ari Swan, the moderator, who will introduce everyone else.
Hello. Thank you all for being here and for everyone that's online. So, like Eve said already, this is Are Musicians Supposed to Struggle to Break Even, or When Can We Smash Capitalism? You know, spoiler alert, that's probably what we're going to talk about. So, I mean, it's true that theoretically we know, like, the implied answer to that is no. But I think there's also a lot of people, and probably we've all met people who are like, well, I don't know, maybe, like, isn't that sort of what artists do because they chose art? Like, isn't the best music, doesn't that come out of struggle? And, like, you know, we're sort of trying to break down those myths and figure out, like, why do those myths even exist? Who are they serving? You know, what can we do to sort of rewrite that narrative? Because the reality is that really the struggle actually makes art unsustainable, and that a lot of people aren't really struggling. Because in music, like in every other field, there's a huge, you know, divide in terms of economic resources and that kind of thing. But like, why do we pretend that everybody is struggling? And again, what does that do? And why do we punish musicians that complain? I'm looking at Carly, who will definitely be talking to us about their experience with sort of a backlash to talking about the realities of touring. So I will give a little introduction to myself and all of the panelists. So I'm Ari Swan. I'm a violinist, composer, sometimes pianist, sometimes singer, sometimes fundraiser, and I've been doing Pop Montreal panels for a while. I'm really excited to be part of this. Okay, we're gonna go left and all the way down. So hello, this is Jess. Jess Skolnick is an activist, musician, and writer who lives primarily in Chicago, but they were raised around the DC area by, as you describe it, 2 hippie parents and the local punk scene, which sounds incredible. Jess is an advocate for the working class, LGBTQ+ movements, sexual assault survivors, and is working against state violence and prisons. So, fuck yes. They have written for zines, broadsheets, alt weeklies, and you are currently the senior editor of Bandcamp Daily, if I'm correct. Amazing. If I forget any cool things in your folks' bios, do tell me. You know, it's always like a whole thing trying to make sure you get everybody's stuff in. So Joey La Neve Di Francesco, who is a Rhode Island-based musician, organizer, and historian. He performs in the drag dance act La Neve and has been a longtime songwriter and guitarist with the punk band Downtown Boys. And Joey has also long worked as a labor organizer and is the co-founder of the organization, the Union for Musicians and Allied Workers, which we are hopeful that is something that can also happen in Montreal. Continuing, moving to the left. So Kim Register, who is a queer socialist, non-binary musician with the group Lomelands, if I'm correct.
That's right.
And a venue owner and operator in Durham, North Carolina. And you work very hard to create safer spaces. And your bio is very short compared to everyone else's. Do you have anything else that you want to add?
I think those are the talking points right there.
Wonderful.
Yeah. The venue is called The Pinhook, just so you know.
We have another North Carolina person who got real good North Carolina representation. Carly Hartzman, singer, songwriter, and front person for the Asheville-based band Wednesday. Their most recent album, Twin Plagues, was released on Orendal Records in 2021 to lots of great praise. And they'll be telling us a lot about their experience touring. So I kind of want to start from what feels a bit like the beginning, but at least it was a bit for me. So when did is there a moment, or is there sort of a storied moment when you started to realize that not everybody was working with the same sort of resources in terms of being in the music scene? I will very quickly say kind of like my realization was kind of this belief that everybody else or a lot of other people were just like much better at music than I was. Like they, you know, managed to like live alone while also being like full-time touring musicians and like, you know, getting record contracts and doing all these things and making it very big. and then sort of later sort of recognizing like, oh, you're working with very different resources than I have, but like none of us talk about it, so I didn't even think about that because this is the music field and we're all supposed to just be musicians and it's supposed to be equitable somehow. So was there a moment when you started to realize that that kind of inequity was really seeping into the music scene?
I would say that my formative moment actually came in my teen years. It was a very long time ago. So this is like the early to mid 90s. And growing up in the DC area, there's a lot of money that nobody ever talks about. I remember like getting made fun of on my way to a show at the Wilson Center by like a bunch of like cool Georgetown punk kids who all had like the correct clothes and the correct hair and like many more patches and whatnot than I had, and I was just wearing like clothes because I wasn't cool enough or rich enough to be able to afford like anything that might look, you know, like I belonged at the punk show or whatever. So yeah, I think that was like really my like first moment where I was like, oh yeah, all of you like go to private schools. Right, okay. And all of you are the ones whose parents bought you like a whole bunch of new equipment so that you could form bands, and you have like the garage space to practice in and whatnot. Like I was lucky because my parents ran, my parents are both musicians, and my dad ran an amp repair shop out of our basement when I was a little kid, and so like fixed up instruments were like how I learned to do things, and I was just lucky that I had parents that were also involved, but like otherwise we wouldn't have been able to afford any of that stuff, and so that, I think, a real formative moment for me.
Yeah, I think there's like many moments of kind of realizations of how the industry works and operates exactly. I think growing up, like nobody I knew in my family around me played music. It seemed like a very sort of like unattainable, like weird thing. It just like wasn't something anyone did. You know, I saw musicians and didn't know like where these people came from or anything like that. It wasn't until much later till we got into it. But you know, I'm from Providence, and band camp in Providence, and when you're like working for many, many, many years to get to like even a place of like almost breaking even, and then you see bands that just like come out of nowhere and already have all of these industry connections because they have that wealth and status and connection via a private school or via a parent who is operating in the industry, or they're a child of a celebrity, or like wherever that cultural or like literal capital is coming from, they immediately had access to it that like, you know, my group didn't. And then, you know, it continued to develop because then, you know, the group kind of got to a point where maybe playing some of these festivals, like interacting with these record labels, getting some of those markers of what you think of as being some kind of sustainability or status in the industry, and it's still nothing. It's still like, okay, you can, this is like sort of a part-time job economically, and you still all have to be working full-time. And it's like, where are any of these people getting money? And then you kind of look further, and it's still like, even the people we think of as doing well, you know, you see these stories like every 2 weeks, like most recently last week, where like Santa Gold like put out a statement saying that she couldn't afford to be touring anymore. And this is like pretty common now that we see even people who are getting to this point where like, okay, you have this more privileged position in the industry, you're not making any money. So for me, I'm almost at the point where it's okay, there is this class discrepancy within music workers ourselves, of course, but the big one is who's making money. It's the tech CEOs, it's the CEOs of these like 3 big major companies, the higher ups at Spotify, Apple Music, etc., are kind of like so much even higher than like even the, you know, whatever kid who went to private school who I still like have some anger toward because they had like quicker access to this. But anyway, I feel like there's a lot of layers more than like this particular moment.
Yeah, I think like you were saying, I think I'm constantly realizing that I don't know like where money is coming from or where it's going, even in like my music career or even as a venue owner. Like I'm like, oh, like just don't understand the situation. And that's because we don't talk about money as a society or as people, period. And I think that that is like even amongst our peers. And I think that is such a capitalist tactic, right? Is to like divide and separate and silence. And I think it's really, I mean, it's obviously really working. And anyway, I know we'll get back into like how to solve the problem. But I think my thing was in music in the industry, it's like not cool also to have a lot of money. Like there's that whole aspect. So there's like, I remember being really young and being like Nirvana and grunge and all the things. And I was like, oh yeah, holes in pants. And like that was a style and not a necessity. And I think I realized one of my favorite bands was the Butchies and Durham. They're so fucking good. And they were to me, they were huge. I was like, they're selling out 800 cap venues. They're fucking huge. And then after their third release, the person, Kaya Wilson, started working at Trader Joe's. And I was like heartbroken in my like idealistic, 14-year-old self, because I was like, she's giving up her career, and it's like she's actually just subsidizing it because musicians don't and have never gotten paid enough to make a living to subsidize their life. So I think that was a big moment for me.
You'll have to forgive me. It's my first time talking at one of these things, so I'm a little nervous. But yeah, I think I was kind of lucky in a way because I grew up in Greensboro, North Carolina. There wasn't people with industry connections there. Everyone was playing pop punk music, and the first band that would like let me in was a pop punk band, and it took me like several years to realize that wasn't what I wanted to even play, and then I went from there. But really the divide was more like in that space was like either you had lessons or you didn't. Like that was the biggest divide financially. And in my case, I taught myself how to play in college at UNCA because the community there was like really accepting and there's a big DIY space. So even then, I was still around people that were like not, like making their way up slowly or whatever. So I didn't have a huge exposure to like whatever you want to call it, like industry plant, talking about that kind of stuff until I was connected with like the larger music community online, and I was realizing like, and I'm really thankful we came up this way slowly, but it took us 5 years and 3 albums to like quit our jobs and be able to tour full time, whereas like, yeah, there was bands I was seeing online that were, I didn't know how it was happening, but their music they were fine immediately. And I guess, yeah, luck has so much more to do with it than you think too, because like, yeah, like my first piece of gear was like gifted to me by this guy that came in to the coffee shop I worked, and like it went from there. So it's like unfair how much chance factors into it for people that, yeah, like can't buy their way in, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like that's such a true point, is chance is a really big thing. There's tons of people who are really, really talented who won't have any chance, regardless, I guess, of access to resources to some degree. But definitely something, Jess, that you said around sort of like realizing like the type of gear that these folks who were going to private school had access to and that kind of thing. That was sort of a turning point for me as well, because I play violin and because I'm like classically trained, I'm very much like acoustic instrument. Like I know how to play instruments, sometimes some pedals, and that's pretty much it. But then there's a big shift to everyone sort of doing everything on laptops and having access to all this electronic equipment. And that was really kind of what stopped me from being able to do that, because I was like, I can't actually afford this, because I was old enough that like I was on my own and I was paying my own rent and doing the stuff. And I was like, I can't buy a new laptop. I can't buy any of like the plugins that go with this. I actually can't do any of these things. And that was, and seeing like a lot of other people have access to this was like, wait, wait a minute. I think I see something. So, yeah. But so I wonder then, like, what you folks think about like your point, Kim, about like we don't talk about money, and that is so true. That's a big part of this, because it isn't cool to have money and be a musician. Like, everyone's supposed to sort of be pretending to like slum it or whatever, but like a lot of people aren't. So like, why is that? Outside of like, it's definitely the greater capitalism sort of trap, but like more on our like local level, what is like fueling this myth that we all need to have, that like we're all coming from the same resources and we just haven't bootstrapped ourselves up enough?
I feel like that's kind of what I've been like trying to understand, like, cause yeah, like you kind of brought it up earlier, but the reason I'm here is cause I like made this tweet about tour finances, and like was just literally posting the information, was not even saying like it's like nothing. I was like, I'm gonna post this in the like least inflammatory way I could possibly imagine. Like I'm just gonna put the numbers on there, and then yeah, the reaction was so emotional, and I'm like been desperately trying to understand like where is that coming from for people, and the first kind of hint I realized was I was watching Decline of Western Civilization for the first time like a week ago. The first one is set in the like late 70s, I think, or that's when it was filmed. And I was like, okay, this is the kind of punk they want me to be. Like, they want me to be renting a $16 closet and be like, doing that if I'm gonna be like making punk adjacent music or whatever. And it's just like, other than that, I've been like having such a hard time understanding why like people even in other bands that tour were like criticizing talking about finances online. I'm trying, if any of y'all have an answer, I'm really trying to understand.
Yeah, I think that part of it, and a big part of it, would be the fact that we art and labor are intertwined, but we don't want to necessarily talk about connecting them, and that if you bring up finances, you have to actually talk about labor and fair wages and what all of that means. There's this just giant myth that art is this, mystical thing that comes out of a creative impulse and doesn't actually have any like material costs or functions, and none of that, of course, is true. There's also the fact that, like, and I say this as an old punk, like, even the circumstances that were available to me, like, in the, like, early to mid 90s, even the late 90s, like, just that those economic circumstances don't exist anymore. Survival is not on the same terms anymore, because of where we are in late stage capitalism, and it's hard enough to buy groceries. It's hard enough to pay rent. Those things were not as difficult to achieve at that time, because there were, there's a lot of reasons for that I will not like get into the weeds with, but.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of like also romanticism of struggle, but by not, I mean, and I could be completely mistaken, but not by people who actually struggle also. And the question why I know that it's like capitalism is a machine that extracts and does that by creating mythology. And so the only why I have is like, so that Apple can make a ton of money, or so that anyone else can make a ton of money. And it doesn't only do it with money, it does it with mental health too. And a lot of artists don't get an adequate mental health care because it's supposed to be a way that art is created. And it's also a block for other people to create art, right? It's like people are, like some people feel, I know friends of mine who feel like too normal to like make art, like they aren't struggling enough. And that is just something that isn't ours. And I think that, I know we'll get into like sort of like what can we do, but it's like talking about money, and a lot of the punk scene and a lot of other scenes are talking about mental health at this point, but and I'm this person that's always wanting to talk about money, and as somebody who always wants to talk about money, because I handle the venue side of things a lot too, it's uncomfortable for everybody else. And so, I don't know, my only answer is I talk about it. I'm like, hey, do we have consent so that I can talk about finances right now? How much money do you make? It's super awkward, but that's it.
Yeah, I think I think it's coming from a couple places. As you're saying, there's the mythology of it, and I think the struggle in popular music is sort of baked into the product that the music industry is creating from the beginning of there being a popular music industry. So many of the songs, so much of the music is coming out of actual struggle, right? It's coming out of black blues music, songs that are about struggle, and the product is very much packaged in being this, thing of struggle or working class rebellion. And the industry has always profited from that from its very beginning, and sort of wants to continually recreate a product that has this stamp of struggle and working class identities, certain racial identities onto it. I think that's an aspect for it. And then I think that mystification of what succeeds and what does not succeed, and of where the money's coming from, also is sort of necessary to the functioning of the industry, of this idea that, okay, the most streamed thing on Spotify is the most streamed thing because that artist is the best artist, they're the most talented, making the best thing, end of the story. There's no, three big music companies that run everything. There's no one radio company, Clear Channel, owns the majority of the music radio stations in the country. There's no one with their finger on it. It's just the market is working perfectly. And this is, just what's rising to the top is what's rising to the top. And this is, more broadly in capitalism, how we think of things. It's the myth that's sold. It's just whatever succeeds, it happens for a reason. There's nothing behind it. There's no class relations behind it. There's no class conflict behind it. It just happens. And I think that's particularly exaggerated in the music industry, like we're saying. And so if we're struggling in the music industry, it's because we're just not good enough. We're just not hustling enough. It has nothing to do with any of this other, class relations monopolies going on behind the scenes. It's our fault. And I think you could more broadly see that economically with most workers and a capitalist economy, but yeah, we see it really pronounced in the music industry.
This reminds me of what Jess and I were talking about backstage, which is that economics is astrology for white dudes. Prove me wrong. Anyway, just I'm sorry, that is always just a bunch of theory that cannot be proven. And I say this as someone who likes talking about astrology, but and every time that it is not proven, it's wait, there is something we are missing. You just did it wrong. So just spreading that along. Yeah, so Kim, to your point about wanting to talk about money, and I often also want to do that too, because I think it's really important that workers talk about how much money you're making and things. I think I've worked at a lot of jobs where salaries are relatively obscured, and there's just a lot of, you don't know what all of your other colleagues are making, and it just leads itself into allowing people to be paid less depending on where they fall in the social strata. So I'm very into the idea of just telling everyone how much money I make, what things cost, so that's super important. But have you found generally have you gotten backlash about that? If any of you have sort of had to tried to have these conversations with folks, have you found that there's more receptiveness maybe to talking about this kind of thing?
I mean, it's terrible. It's terrifying. But it's one of those things as somebody who deals with money, I'm I need to go through that. That's my sort of thing that I have to do. I have to be introduced to this uncomfortable topic. But yeah, I mean, I feel I've tried to talk to a lot of people, including venues, about how much money are you paying this artist? Because we're a bootstraps, I mean, we're not bootstraps. I hate that word anyway. We're a pretty zero profit business. And so I'm I want to pay artists, but I don't know this agent. Are they just trying to do they think we're this flush club or whatever? But even people other venues don't want to talk about offers or contracts or whatever. I mean, I think the next panel that I would like to see is it's a roast or something. It's but it doesn't have to be that roasty, but it's just hey, just be honest. How much money are you making? And people just have to push through that fear of talking about it, because nothing is going to happen to you if you say it, But yeah, I mean, I think there's also, just from the flip side, there's a lot of judgment of people who do have finances or access, and I think that's another thing. It's people are afraid to talk. Artists that I know that have made it, whatever that means, that have resources that they're trying to offer to communities, are afraid that they aren't going to do it right, because if they offer resources that admits they have resources, and then they aren't offering them to the right people. And it's like, it should just be like a conversation, because you are gonna fuck it up, you know? But I think there's a lot of conversation that we all need to have about how we interact with money and people with money, to make it feel like this is a circle I'm making, I don't know the word, but to feel like this, you know?
I was gonna say, like, kind of, I was thinking of this during the last question too, but a lot of the responses I got and like have gotten are like, why is this person obsessed with money? Like, why is this person? And it's just like, no one that has money is gonna need to talk about this. Why would I be like obsessed with getting money if I'm like saying something about the fact, like I didn't want to talk about it. I felt like I had to, because I didn't know what else to like. It's like, I just feel like people don't know this information, and I have the experience. And yeah, I think that's like a lot of the like confusion that's happening, that like talking about money equals like being obsessed with making money, or like equals it being your top priority in music. Like, I just want to continue doing music, and I need that to, like, I need to make money to do it, you know? And my bandmates, I have a 5-piece band, and we're dividing all that stuff up. So it's like, if I don't bring it up, it's not gonna happen for us, because otherwise, you know, we'll just sink into the background and work at Trader Joe's, you know? And I don't wanna do that, so.
Yeah, the level of secrecy is really striking, and you talk to other bands, and it's like, yeah, you're like talking about some deep, dark secret or something. And you know, this is in a lot of industries, like a lot of employers, corporations try to get you to sign contracts when you're first starting there. I don't know if it's true here too. In the States, you see it a lot, that like, you know, it's like, we ask you not to discuss your salary, like with your coworkers, and it's a big, you know, kind of like union busting tactic to do this. And, you know, that carries over into the music industry too, where, yeah, you talk to other bands, and we'll like, you know, like talk to bands that kind of like equal status us, and find out, yeah, the like, I don't know, like all like white band with mostly the same like stats as us, and everything you could measure is getting paid like 3 times as much to play the same festival. It's like, why is that happening? Like there's, but it's so secretive, and you like really have to ask people to do that. I mean, with Yuma organization, one of the things we're trying to do is make those kinds of like inventories of, you know, within cities, how much clubs are playing. Because if you're booking your own shows, you don't have access to this information. If you have a booking agent has like tons of data on how much like every band has been paid at whatever venue. They keep logs of this stuff. But if you're booking your own shows, you don't have access to that. You have no idea what to ask for, and it's so secretive. And then when you do ask for, you know, I'm like, my newer project, I'm booking it myself, but it's like, if I get a request for a show, write back and say, hey, what's the financial deal gonna be? And it's like, I still feel like a pang of like, oh, they're gonna just like stop responding to my emails now, and they'll write back something like, oh, we'll give you, you know, like 40% of the door after the room fee. And then I have to write back and be like, okay, what's the room fee? It's like 5 emails going through, like begging, like, tell me what the thing is. But we all still have to do that, because it's still so secretive. So I think it's really like musicians need to get together. And I know like I've seen like spreadsheets of like journalists doing this, of like how much you know, freelance journalists are getting paid for like how many word count at different publications. Like these sorts of things exist. But yeah, largely musicians have not like just talked to each other about, have not been organized with it.
There's even like, there's a lot of resistance even in writer world for that too. Like, who pays writers, which is like the tool you're talking about, like when that like went up, there was just like a whole lot of like weird resistance about that too, because they're the same class problems exist in writing for sure. And I find too that like the craziest thing is when that secrecy even enters like the band as a unit, and like people aren't even talking about like how money gets split up and who's making this and who's making that, you know? Like I have talked to other bands where like they've never had a conversation about that stuff. They've never like, people don't know how, this is how much we got paid for that show, and this is how much it's getting split up, and like one person is, you know, handling all of the money, and there's never even any like democratic discussion about it. But that's like the level to which like that secrecy has like permeated is that you can't even talk about it with the people that you're like literally doing the thing with, which is crazy, right?
I mean, I feel like it speaks a little bit to like obviously like the fear that we've touched on of being like I also do that when I have to email someone about like how much is this gig gonna be or whatever. I don't know. I feel like I'm like, oh, I'm like not being an authentic artist by caring about how much you're going to pay me for my time, even though I like fundamentally believe all of these things I am saying is still really ingrained in me to be like, but it's art and I need to just like, it's fine, we'll all just sort it out. And then I also feel like there's a little bit of that like, you know, if I write back to a venue or write back to a festival, I'm like, how much is this fee? There's like a fear that they're just gonna be like, oh, you know what, actually never mind. Like the same as with like jobs or something, or like if I ask about salary expectations, it's like, oh, you know, never mind, we're not actually going to pay you, how dare you ask that? And it's like that weird, also sort of like capitalism trap of just like the tiniest little crumbs that we get. We're like, oh no, hoard them, because if I tell you I have them, or if I mention that like I maybe need more crumbs, you're just gonna take the crumbs I have. So let me just be happy with the tiny crumbs I have now. So yeah, it is really difficult to start those conversations, but I mean, very important. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the resource movement at all, or if other people are. I don't know if it's still like going. I don't know much about it because I don't technically have enough resources to be part of the resource movement. But what it really was like trying to get people who are like second generation wealth basically to like talk about what their wealth is and like where did their wealth come from, and sort of like it's I'm sure it's a flawed movement. I don't know enough about it to be endorsing it, but it's more that I'm sort of like mentioning that there is sort of discussion outside of the music industry and broadly to sort of get people to have those really hard conversations. But, you know, not an endorsement, don't know enough about it.
I think that's what's really cool. I think that's what's really cool about festivals like this, or like where people are brought together that do the thing that hopefully we'll talk later or whatever, is like getting relationships, like making relationships with people so you can talk about money. It's like, I'm also not gonna go up to someone and be like, yo, how's your sex life? You know, or whatever, which is not quite the same thing, but it's like, it's hard to broach a topic without having a relationship. So it's like, it is about building community and building trust so you can talk about things like that. I think that's, I just wanted to point that out, so thanks, Pop. It's a badass festival.
Yeah, I feel like this sort of like transitions us into the phase of talking about like, okay, what can we do to make this a little bit better? I'm interested to know if there's, in terms of like economic resources for artists, are any of you kind of within your various musical communities, are there community resources? Are there sort of like obviously there is a union that you have part of starting, so that's a big one. But broadly, are there also other resources that people have like worked with or started that sort of like are helping artists who are, you know, sort of fighting against this or just having trouble surviving within this?
A thing that I really love is instrument libraries. There are synth libraries. There are community pools of people with extra gear. Two of my bandmates work for Reverb, so they're always talking about like, you know, about that turnover and like working to resource libraries like that. That's a really great level that I love very much. And skill sharing within your own community too. Doing workshops and showing up and talking about, you know, like during a how to silkscreen workshop or a how to book a tour or how to put together a compilation or how, like, you know, the basics of literally anything that you could like learn how to do for yourself in the music business or learn a world that you could learn how to navigate. I think both of those are incredibly crucial things and things that I have been a part of.
Yeah, definitely. Those are all very important. You know, there's like community art spaces, there's festivals like this. There's all ways to take whatever resources we have and sort of like better distribute them. I think this was, as you're kind of talking about at the beginning, in the 90s and in the early part of the 2000s, this was sort of like more sustainable because there was not as much like broader wealth inequality in our country and more just like ability to like afford rent, purchase thing, more people involved. There's less monopolization in the industry where, you know, everyone wasn't just listening to like 5 bands quite to the same extent they are now. You know, there's lots of reasons. So I think, you know, it's about doing the twin thing of like supporting ourselves and our communities to the extent that we can, while also looking toward where is all this money. The music industry is posting record profits every single year, even over COVID, right? Spotify tripled in valuation over COVID while we were all like wrecked, right? There's the money there, and you have to take it somehow. The only way you take it is like get organized, which you can do out of these communities, out of meeting each other, like, you know, out of organizing, right? Because it's the only way we're going to really achieve these things, like take money from them and to like increase state funding for this stuff, because there's a lot of money flying around. We're just getting less and less of it every single year, just like in every other industry.
To put like an extra fine point on that, I think it's like the Spotify valuation is not actually what Spotify's profits are, because they are taking in giant rounds of funding from venture capital, and then venture capital wants that money back, which is like part of the rapacious growth of the music industry. And so I think that that's like an extra like step to, like, we got to talk about that too, on top of everything.
Yeah, it's also just all gonna collapse. It's all like the financialization you see everywhere in the economy. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Do you want to tell us a little bit more about Yuma, just sort of like how that started, and just, you know, anyone that's interested in starting their own chapter, anything else that you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, so Yuma, it's, you know, Musicians and Allied Workers started like in 2020, sort of just as COVID was starting, kind of began as an effort to get in the US musicians and freelance workers of any kind eligible for the same kind of like unemployment benefits, because you know, we had this for what was like one of the first times in its history, kind of like a robust unemployment program that a lot of musicians were able to take care of. I mean, it was a lot of labor organizations pushing for this. We were like one small part of this, but a lot of freelancers organizations were pushing for this, and this sort of succeeded. And it was part of an organization that had done, or a group of people who had done things like, you know, take on South by Southwest and some other, you know, things that passed. Wanted to make a more kind of like concrete organization to keep building power in the music industry. It's since expanded to take on, you know, Spotify. It's currently the biggest sort of campaign against the streaming service in the world. We've gotten legislation sponsored in the U.S. With Representative Rashida Tlaib to kind of like change how streaming royalties operate. We have people working on a number of issues. You know, still the enormous amount of work to do. It's still like a young organization, but it's, you know, one of, I think, a number of efforts that I think now are realizing, yeah, we can't just fight this music industry and take it on like as an individual level. We can't just like tweet about it. We can't just say, okay, I'm gonna do this thing or not do this thing at an individual basis. We need to like build collective power if we're going to take on this like financialized music industry. So anyway, Yuma exists at unionmusicians.org, where you can get in touch with us if you do want to get involved, make a chapter appear. We do have like local chapters as well. For instance, one in Los Angeles has been actually focused on the project we were just talking about of like making a list of venues and how much they pay, and sort of doing that kind of like local accountability for how venues are treating the musicians who pay them. So it's a very kind of like open project, and just this idea of, yeah, we need to build collective power if we're really gonna get anything done.
That's awesome. So cool. I'm a real like advocate too of like, yeah, collective power, but also like people with power, like direct distribution of power, like direct giving. So people who have money directly giving it to artists or directly giving it to organizations that they trust will give it to artists. Like without wealth distribution or redistribution, that's very tangible. It's like trusting government to undo government is not gonna work. So like making relationships, I mean, with people who have money, or, I mean, there's so many rich white men. That's my thing is like, there's always a rich white man that'll help you out, because there's there is this like idea, the mythology of like exposure, right? That is payment for musicians and artists all around. And then there is also like, weirdly or not, like some kind of like thing that art is really valuable, right? And I think that that value sometimes to some people translates into wanting to fund it with money. And it's an interesting thing that I don't really know how to navigate, but getting money from people with money I think is a good idea. And then to like distribute yourself, or like my friend Kyle and I are talking about, who runs Sleeping Village, doing like, we run venues, so doing like panels on like with industry people who we trust and love and know, like to be like, here's how you write a booking email, or here's how you like, just like sort of free school type things, you know, that because that information along with money information is like also tightly guarded, like access information. So I just really think it takes people with power and with platforms to offer them up to other people as well.
Yeah. So the one thing I'll say, I guess, my mind just went blank. No, yeah, the one thing I kind of regretted about basically the reason I'm here, this tweet that blew up, was that I was becoming a spokesperson for this thing that I didn't really know much about. And that's why this panel is probably the only place. I got asked to do articles or whatever. I was like, I don't want to be that person for this because I don't know enough about how to make it better. So this was convenient for me because it's in between my New York and Chicago shows on my tour, and I was like, hell yeah, I'll do it. And then, so I do want to like redirect all of the attention I can back to organizations like UMaw. Since we, I guess I was able to start the conversation or whatever for some people, that's where it should continue in the direction of. But I do think like from within the touring perspective, the one thing I can do is change the process of how things work, since my band Wednesday is doing well right now. Finally, we don't work jobs outside of the band this year for the first time. I think we should change how we pay opening bands, because there's a whole other thing around this that like, there's a band, we're not in a tour bus at this point, we're still in a van driving ourselves from A to B, but like we've been opening on tours sometimes where the other bands in the tour van, they're staying in hotels every night. We're making 8 to 10 hour drives trying to keep up with them in their sound checks, and they've had a full night's rest or whatever, and we're spending a third of what we're getting paid, if it's $500 a show or $250, and they're getting thousands of dollars to stay the night wherever we played in a place where we can get some decent sleep. So I think it should be more of a normal thing to maybe, like on this tour and some of the ones before it, I've tried to like book hotel rooms in cities where the opening band doesn't know anyone for them. Just like, I think we should, that should culturally be a shift, that we shouldn't be paying an opening band $250 a show if you're making 6 figures, et cetera. Like, because it's honestly like, I don't understand where that logic comes from, especially when they're, like, the truth is, they're just having to work 3 times as hard to keep up with you in your tour bus or whatever, and are so much less comfortable than you. Even if like their audience doesn't have the same pull or whatever, it's just like kind of inhumane. And that was the issue a lot of people had with the like romanticization of the tour life thing. Like they wanted, like that was a big part of it. Like they're like, why are you staying in these hotel rooms? And I was like, I talked to someone at our show last night in New York who was working merch for us because he got fired from his job because he was touring. And he was like, he needed to find a last minute way to make money. And he was like, yeah, I'm about to go on tour and I'm probably gonna be sleeping in like reclining chairs at my friend's house every night. And I was like, that's awful. And they're also quote unquote doing well. Like anyway, yeah.
I would say, being in a band that operates at like a not a, financially sustainable level. Like we're just a band. Like we're not trying to be anything more than just people who play music together because we love each other, and we love playing music together. There's room for bands like that too, and I feel like that, like what Carly's saying about opening bands like that, like bands like ours, like often don't even get like a chance to get off the ground, because it's just not financially sustainable. And part of working a day job is really good, in that you maintain control over your music in a way that you can't necessarily when you are doing it for a full-time job, and I think that that's valuable too. But I also think that there's no reason that bands like ours should be valued less. And we have to uncouple the idea that making good art is drawing a big audience, as opposed to like making good art is connecting with people, which is like I think why we all are up here, right? Like we want to make art to connect with people. We want to make music to connect with people. We played a show like like a day before I got here. I was up till 3 a.m. in the morning, got on a plane. It's part of a queer punk series that is happening at like a really storied gay nightclub in Chicago. It's a really amazing time. They've done like 4 of these, and we were really excited to be on it. We played, in a room to like probably like 60 people, and but all of those 60 people were fucking stoked and having the best time. And that kind of experience, like people need to be able to take a chance on stuff like that, and not just think about going for the gig that's going to pay you the most money. How do we make all of this sustainable for bands that are operating at all levels, right?
Yeah, can I tap on that real quick?
Yeah,
I think one thing that happens a lot too as a venue owner, my venue owner hat, is that we, like as bands, band hat, are like, well, the venues need to pay us more money. And our venue is like a 200 cap, queer owned, like anarcho run, like venue in Durham. And I agree, like we need to pay musicians more money, but the venues, like on my side, and I know on a lot of other people's sides, don't make a lot of money on music, which is also just shitty. I mean, we just don't. Like, we flip shows, because music is like my passion and our passion. Like, we flip shows to have dance parties or to have karaoke nights, which is not my passion, so that we can make enough money to be a venue. And I think that that's a thing too, like capitalism pitting people to each other. It's like, it's not venues versus artists generally. I mean, it can be. You have plenty of people to be angry at. But it's a way of like trying to make the whole system stable, which under capitalism I don't think you can. But in the middle, before the breakdown, like organizing how to Canada has a bunch of music grants that I know nothing about, but there's not a lot of grant funding for musicians or music, especially that aren't chamber music or that aren't like socially acceptable music, at least in North Carolina or in the States. And so I think that the building relationships thing, again, of like venues and venue owners and people who are also like, it might seem like they're part of the system, and some of them might be, but are trying to like foster scenes, like just actually having conversations instead of, writing them off, I think is a good idea.
Yeah, I can jump back on real quick. I was part of trying to start an all-ages DIY venue. I'd been part of starting one in Baltimore, a space called Charm City Art Space, like a long time ago. And when I got to Chicago, started talking with some friends about doing something similar in the city. And it took us a hot second to like get organized. But when we got organized, we had like a real solid, like we raised some money. We had like a really solid, like, a bunch of us had worked in the nonprofit industrial complex. So we had some real solid like business plans and like how to put things together. And it was gonna be a venue that would offer arts workshops specifically for youth in the city in the afternoons for after school, and then shows in the early evening. We had this like real solid plan, and we could not find a place that would rent to us. We looked at hundreds of spaces, hundreds. The real estate market has like a big part to do with this. And you know, venues obviously like have to stay afloat and have to keep paying their rent too. And the commercial real estate market like does not want venues, especially if they are venues with some kind of community ties.
I mean, that's true here. It's true that yes, in Canada we have more grants comparatively, but like there's also fundamental problems of trying to get those. And for sure, with gentrification in all of our big cities, like we see it here too. So many venues that end up having to do that same flip of like karaoke night, dance party, many nights of dance parties, and then like a few shows because they're not making any money. Venues that are getting fined because like fancy condos are like going up around them, and like there's like rent control sort of things here with residential rent, which you know is a whole nother conversation about problems, but there's nothing with commercial rent. So if you are a venue, or especially if you're like a DIY venue, which like the city used to have a ton of them and still does, but like a lot of them, they have a hard time sustaining because like your landlord can jack up your rent like hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month if you are, you know, considered a commercial space, and then suddenly you can no longer maintain yourself, right? And like it's not like there's a lot of community support because suddenly the people around you are like, you know, very rich people moving in and buying these condos, and they don't really want there to be a DIY space or like a community space. Sort of like a side story, like to speak to your sort of like trying to find a space. I used to work at a community center in NDG, which is like a neighborhood more Anglophone to the west of here. And it was mostly serving like black and brown youth, and it was like this really great space. Lots of kids would come through here, and the building next to it got accidentally zoned as a residential space, so people bought it and became condos, and then those people started complaining about everything that was going on, so we had to like change the hours of the music program and like change when we could open the windows and this kind of stuff because these people bought it, like regardless of if it was like poorly zoned or whatever, which like accidentally fine, but like you're next to a community center, what did you expect? So yeah, like all of that market is completely changing how people can survive within the industry.
Exact same in Durham. Like Pinhook has been there for 15, 14, many years. And there was literally nothing. The downtown was deserted. Like, and we came in there, and this is such a classic story or whatever, but now there's like they built, you're like, what the fuck is that? And they're like $1 million condos. And it's like, and I talked to some of these richer people come into the Pinhook and they're like, I'm gonna have a drink at the bar, you know? But
slumming it today.
Yeah, I really love culture. But it's like they do that, and then they're the same people that complain. Like I see their Google profile, like to know who you are, dude. And it's like, why? The very reason that you moved down somewhere and you're pushing it. It's just a story as old as time. And that what makes me so sad is that one thing that makes me sad is that my only solution to the problem, besides organizing, but immediacy is a thing with finances too. It's like we have a year and a half until our lease is up, and it was a 10-year lease. And so we're like, okay, what are we gonna do? We don't own the dirt. And my only solution, besides community organizing, because we've raised like so much money to keep the spot open, but is find a rich white man. Like that's I'm like, what can I do? Oh, that's the one. Like, that's access to money. I don't know how else to do it. So it's sad, but if anyone has any other ideas, holla.
Seems like a legit plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, the specific city specific rule that really like screwed us when it came to finding a space was something that passed city council in the 80s. And commercial real estate in Chicago can take empty buildings as tax write-offs.
Oh my God.
So it is more profitable to them to keep a building empty than it is to take a chance renting to a community space.
What? Oh my God.
That's so nuts.
That's so upsetting.
It sucks.
Dude, Chicago, come on.
Cities subsidize like these $1 million condos that are going in.
Right.
They subsidize those. They
Right.
don't subsidize
Yeah.
Right, totally.
people who need your money.
Yeah. No, it's right. It's like that story that is as old as time. It's like, this is a really cool neighborhood, and now everyone has moved there, and now I don't understand it. It just feels like there's a logic there that is like, I don't know. There's like some sort of block between me and the people that are buying the $1 million condos who like hate all the stuff around it, but definitely want to live right around it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna open it up to questions from the audience, or I don't know, are there online questions too? No? All right, well, online people, if you want to ask questions, you can. If you're my friend, you can text me and I will ask the questions. Yeah, otherwise, if there's folks in the audience who want to ask any questions, comments. It'd be better if because it's online, so.
As far as the grant system in Canada is concerned, although there is quite a significant amount of money available, like with everything else, you'd be surprised how much of it goes to people who already have significant resources.
Yeah.
And so a band like Metric or Feist, say here, who are playing these huge venues, right? Metric's getting $1 million a year from the Canadian government at least. And people, it's a similar thing. There's an underlying thing going along really with just about everything that everyone's talking about, which is that everything that's like, I don't understand how this happens. It's that there's a process of the person with the power not acknowledging what's going on because they don't have to. They're not required to, right? And we live right now in North America in a colonized land. There's no ethical justification, right? There's no way to talk through that and say, this is why it's okay. The only thing you can do is, well, we just don't acknowledge it. We have to not acknowledge it to some extent. And so like that sort of level of colonial capitalist violence, that's like an effective tool of it, is that we're all like, why aren't you acknowledging this? And it's like, well, they don't have to. That's not what's going on. They're not going to. But with the grant system, no one wants to talk about that because we're all reliant on the crumbs that we get, right? So as soon as you start going, well, there's something wrong with the grant system here, and then people go, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, I need to get my $6,000 that I got last year or whatever, or else I starve. So no one talk about it. But it's like, there's a guy, Greg Ip, who is I think that's his name, but he was a label owner in Vancouver who started talking about this, about like the actual specific ways that the grant system's being manipulated by people here. He got pretty much ousted. He moved to LA. It's not in the music industry anymore, as far as I know. But yeah, like always, for me, I think you just always go, right, this rich people and people who are engaged in the active process of any kind of colonial violence rely effectively on not acknowledging what's going on. And I think the best thing you gotta do is like what everyone's basically been saying, but to the furthest degree is you have to just call it out. This is what's happening. You're not allowed to not acknowledge it.
That's right.
Very true. Yeah. I mean, it's also open to comments.
Hell yeah.
And I get an amen.
Yeah, I think you're right that the scale at which we're gonna have to like make them do this stuff is, I think, it's almost beyond what we can imagine now. Like the American Federation of Musicians was once a pretty powerful union in the United States in the early 40s, went on a recording strike for 2 years. No one made any records, and this was wealthy musicians like Duke Ellington, Gene Krupa. It was like working class musicians. No one made records for 2 years, and that's what it took. And that it was like 100,000 members, more than that at this point. They went on strike for 2 years, and finally won some royalty increases on physical like vinyl records being sold, which they were still kind of a new technology. And the royalty went into a big fund that then funded public performances of music. So it was this way of taking this big surplus being created by the industry and actually channeling it and redistributing it to public performances of music. It was kind of an extraordinary thing that really happened. But you know, I think to make it happen, we're going to, yeah, you're right, we need to make them do it. They don't just want to. You're not going to only sort of morally convince them to do it. They have to be forced to. And it's almost inconceivable how you would do that unless you could get on that scale of being able to like shut shit down with 100,000 people. You have just an enormous amount of work to do to be able to get anywhere near to that point right now.
I also think that there's not an issue, but like an interesting point with an us and them kind of situation, which I know that is true in a big level, but I think power is spread out in so many different levels. Like there are people with utmost power, but I also think that the way that movements are created, or like that, not memes, but like culture, the word is escaping, but like the power of, everyone has power. In a certain extent, even in the system, not everyone, very many people. But like as a venue owner, I have power. As a band with influence, you could have power, or, you know, so it's like modeling these practices too, I think, as people with the power that we do have, of like, oh yeah, I have this power. This is my privilege. As a white person, this is my privilege. I think on a small scale, I'm not saying like recycling will save the earth, but I think that is at least something to be able to do on a small level.
Thanks for this panel, by the way. It's been really great, and like, it's so refreshing to hear people speak frankly about money in the music industry. I wanted just like a quick comment, and then I try to formulate it as a question. But just about like the grant system, I think one thing that I try to do as a musician, and other musicians I know try to do in Canada, is like that kind of skill sharing, but with grants, of like trying to, if you get a grant, telling your friends how to write grants, telling the people you know how to write grants, and I think if that can be like a bigger movement or a more transparent thing, like that's something that a lot of Canadian musicians could work towards or push towards. My question, I don't know if I'm gonna try to formulate this as like a useful, a generative question. I saw recently that Santigold canceled her tour for a lot of the same reasons that have been coming up in this panel, and it feels like a moment, like when your Twitter thread popped off, and now with Santigold making this big public statement, it feels like a moment where people are trying to more publicly reckon with the like impossible economics of the industry. And I'm wondering, I guess, how like more musicians can kind of harness this moment and try to come together and say, no, I'm not going to play that show for $100, or I was at South by this year. I found it extremely demoralizing being there, but you feel like you have to do these things for the crumbs that you're going to get. And I guess I'm just wondering what to do with this moment where things are starting to be talked about.
Yeah, I think ideally it would be a more casual, like we kind of were saying towards the beginning, to just post. Like I wish I had started doing it earlier when we were like not able to live off of it, because they're like literally just like I was saying, I just posted the numbers and it had a reaction. Like posting the numbers creates a response. Just like you don't even have to say like I'm sick and tired of blah, 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 of this. I'm like I like you don't have to like complain outright. Just like like the numbers speak for themselves. I think if we made it more casual to just like post our tour finances, especially if you're like, if you are struggling, those numbers are like hard to argue with, because like that's just how. And like, yeah, if you are like logging like where you stay night to night, like I slept on a hardwood floor on a yoga mat for these 2 nights, and then we had to splurge on a hotel so we could have a safe drive, because we the next night we had an 8-hour drive to so-and-so, and we didn't want to do that on floor sleep. Just like describing that experience, because like, yeah, I don't know if people do know when they see a band at a venue in their town what it took for them to get there. And yeah, I think just making that information more like casually available. I think there's a few places that are trying to start archiving, if y'all know about that, like that information specifically. But yeah, I posted it for a few tours, but yeah, like I'm saying, like we're finally doing okay, so it doesn't really, like our numbers don't really translate how like rough it is, like, to be honest, because we're doing fine. But that is so rare for bands right now. So yeah, I would love to encourage, if y'all are comfortable with it, if any like people in bands are able to or are seeing this, yeah, just make it like a more casual thing to like post your experience.
I would love to see that on like all levels of music. Like I want to see folks who are, you know, doing ridiculously well. You're like Beyonce's and your Taylor Swift's and whatever. Like I want them also to post it, because it's like, we know you're, you know, you are both maybe billionaires. You are very, very wealthy. You're obviously making tons of money. So just say what it is so that everyone up and down, you can see it. Because I also think that like if people saw that and you could like juxtapose between like, this person is like not even breaking even, but they're touring like, you know, 340 days out of the year, and this person is touring for like 60 days and makes more money than any of us will ever see in our lifetimes. I feel like that would also sort of spur a little bit of a conversation.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, like, to talk about how not even those billionaires, like, are getting screwed by the music industry too. Like, even at that level. Even at that level, there's, you know, Taylor Swift re-recording all of her records because she doesn't own her, like, the masters to those records anymore. Like, that's so wild, and just goes to really like speak to how incredibly exploitative the industry is at all levels. If like, even somebody with that much power and money and visibility is like, if you can speak to it again at all levels, just totally wild.
Yeah, it's really bad, right? That if Santa Gold, someone with millions of streams, not sure if she's still associated with a label, but you know, at some point has major label adjacent backing, can fill up pretty big rooms, can't afford to do it. Like, who can? Like, very few people can do this, particularly as you get, you know, slightly older and have different kinds of expenses, different kinds of a life. It's just kind of inconceivable. I think, yeah, being public with this information is fantastic, can spread the word, can denormalize things, demystify things. I think to really build power, there's a step after that, that is, yeah, joining an organization. You know, in 2017, I think it was, the South by Southwest stuff, when South by Southwest had they had a contract clause that said they were going to work with like immigration officials in the United States, ICE, and a few musicians started posting on Twitter kind of individually, and that got a lot of press, and that was great and got the conversation moving. What really got them to change the policy, though, was when a bunch of us, like a few thousand musicians, but starting from an email chain with like 20 musicians, 20 bands got together and were like, hey, you know, this is great, the Twitter conversation's happening, what can we do to actually like pressure this company, South by Southwest, to change this and succeed in getting first hundreds and then thousands of musicians, many who were playing the festival, to sign on to a letter that then was urging them to change the policy. And within like 2 weeks, or maybe not even a week and a half, they caved and changed this contract because they were terrified of the prospect of not just one, but hundreds of musicians who are their festival also just all dropping out, right? One person has no power, but if you have, you know, a few hundred musicians who are doing something drop out. South by Southwest is actually a really good target for this, because it's one of these rare cases where you have like thousands of musicians who all sign the same contract. It's rare we have that kind of employment relationship as musicians, so it's really ripe for, yeah, I mean, they've been paying artists the same, is it still like $200? You get, yeah, $200 or a wristband. You can choose, yeah, it's absurd. Yeah, and it's been that way for like, what, like 20 years or something? It's absurd, and anyway, if you care about that particular one, you should get involved with UMA or whatever organization. You're gonna start something different up here in Montreal, but yeah, going from the step of, yeah, talking about it, but then building that power so we can do something.
Yeah, like the point was made earlier, like it benefits, you know, it benefits the people who have control of everything to stay silent. and not to organize, and they are only going to cave if we demand. They're only, and in order to demand, we have to organize.
Yeah, like if half of South by's festival is on a letter saying, hey, you need to pay us $500 and give us a wristband this next year on an open letter in November, yeah, that is a battle. I mean, it's one thing, but it's a battle. That is a winnable battle, you know, which is, there's not a lot of winnable battles in this music industry, but that is one where, you know, that is something you could achieve if people come together to do it. You know?
It does also prove the point that none of the music industry exists without musicians, right? We're in this weird like switch around where it's like we actually have the product that they need and want to survive. So, you know, they should remember that, and we should also remember that. All right, well, we're gonna leave it on that. Thank you so much to all of you. This was a really fun conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you to the audience, and to Pop, and to Eve, as always. Yeah, thank you. And if anybody's got more questions, whatever, write them in a chat box somewhere. There's probably a chat box. You can, you know, text me angry notes if you didn't like it. All right, thank you.
Marco.
We have Olivia coming in with some lovely waters. What'd you say? Of the conversation? Oh, that's not part of it. Director of life.
Yes, yes. I'm just I was interviewed in it.
Oui, je me rappelle.
Puis-
Paul.
Mais c'est moi.
C'est ça, excusez.
Non, non, c'est bon. Ben, comme je me ressemble pas, comme dans le film, je pense que je suis
Come on
exactement
in.
pareil, mais
Oui, absolument.
Hello to our people coming in and people tuning into the live stream now and later. I'm Eve Parker Finley, the Symposium Director, Pop Montreal. Come take a seat. I'm so excited to have this conversation be going on about an amazing film and an amazingly interesting topic about language, about belonging, about so many things. Without further ado, I don't want to take up any more time in the conversation. I'm going to give it off to our moderator, Agatha DeSantis.
Thank you
Applause.
so much, Eve. And thank you to Pop Montreal for having us here today, and also for screening our film, Cagliari QC, which we'll talk about a little bit more during the panel. So this panel, we're going to look at some of the themes that have come up in our film, looking at sort of, the film follows Marco Cagliari, his career and his identity during his prolific career, both here in Quebec, across Canada, and abroad. And so we're going to look at some of the questions that have popped up in the film. Songwriters from Quebec's cultural, linguistic, and indigenous plurality. Is there a place for them in the Quebec music industry and in society as a whole, but mostly in the industry itself? So we've got a few people here from the film and a few guests who we're going to talk to. I'll start with Aisha Vertu.
Bonjour.
And we should say the panel is English and French, so feel free.
Franglais, s'il vous plaît.
C'est ça. Alors feel free to speak as you feel most comfortable. We've got Anita Aloisio, who is the director of Cagliari QC.
Hello.
Paul Carnello is a local singer-songwriter, and he's also one of the protagonists in the film. And we have Marco Cagliari, who's about to join us on stage. He's the main protagonist in the film. Hey, Marco.
Hello.
And my name is Agatha DeSantis, so I'm the moderator today, and I'm also the producer of Cagliari QC. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to ask everyone on the panel to introduce themselves, tell us what you do, and specifically the music industry or for the film. So we'll start with Aisha.
Hello, my name is Aisha Vertu. I'm an artist too, by the name of Gaillance. So I produce electronic music and I do some songwriting and some singing as well. And I am the music consultant in programming for Pop Montreal. So, and I also do some content. I used to be a content producer at Radio-Canada for the past 2 years as well.
Anita?
Excellent. So I'm a documentary filmmaker. Cagliari QC is my third doc, and I like to focus on how Quebec's immigration and language policies affect particularly minority communities and cultural communities and plurilingual communities in Quebec.
So my name is Agatha DeSantis. I'm a documentary film producer and director, and with Cagliari QC, I'm the producer of the film. Paul?
Paul Carniello, punk rock warlord. You're a warrior, man. I've written, thousands and thousands of songs, and I own a recording studio and have a long career of releasing music.
And your dad?
That too.
Your dad. I'm a dad. My name is Marco Cagliari. This is Milan, my daughter. Hello.
Milan.
Milan. I'm a singer, songwriter, producer, booker, agent. I try my best, and I'm born here, but with Italian origins, and I mostly sing in Italian, so in a different language of wherever I'm standing. Let's say I can say that. So that's it.
Great, and we're going to start. Anita, do you want to give us, so I'll have 2 questions for you. Tell us a little bit about the film, sort of what Cagliari QC is all about, and what inspired you to make the film.
Sure. So Cagliari QC is a film about artists that are either born in Quebec or have been here for a very, very long time, and that feel that they're of different cultural backgrounds, and have decided to compose lyrics, music that speak to their cultural heritage. And most of them have also decided to sing in different languages and in their mother tongue. So the question I pose in the film is, how do these artists, what are the challenges that these artists face when they decide to compose in languages other than English and French in Quebec? Are they recognized as full contributors to Quebec cultural patrimony? How does the industry recognize their work? How is it, quote unquote, categorized? So that's the question I pose in this film, and it really stems from the fact that I too am born from Italian immigrant parents in Montreal, lived through a lot of the political upheaval of the 1970s, and so my whole film trajectory really looks at the pressures that women face from certain cultural backgrounds in Quebec, the duality and plurality and identity questioning. My second film was about the impact that the Charter of the French language has had on the first generation of children faced with having to go to French school following the adoption of Bill 101 in 1977. I'm part of that cohort, so I looked at that, how these linguistic policies and laws affect generations, the first and the generations, the future generations. And Cagliari is sort of the culmination, all right? Marco Cagliari is the protagonist. We've been, colleagues, friends, fellow artists, and he is the catalyst of this whole question. His whole parcours, his whole career, his whole journey really speaks to those challenges, and also his innate attachment and sense of belonging that he has created through his music to Quebec, to Montreal, but without really sacrificing his very strong link to his Italian heritage. So these are the questions that are raised in the film, and it turns out that it's not only Marco that has these questions, but his fellow artists, his fellow musicians, and so they're very important questions because it affects how one defines oneself.
And Marco, and I'm asking this also as a documentary film producer, because I'm always curious, we ask someone to be part of the film, but we sort of, we come into your life, we disrupt you for a while, yeah.
For 7 years.
Tell us sort of, being the protagonist of this film, like what was your reaction, and how does it feel? Because we can't tell by your look, but Marco's been doing music for over 30 years.
33 years.
So how does it feel to sort of see 30 years of your career flash before you in 48 minutes?
Well, first of all, I'm really... Je ne sais pas quel mot utiliser.
Tu peux le dire en français?
Oui, même en français, je sais pas quoi dire. No, but in the sense that I'm overwhelmed, in the sense that I'm one throughout many artists that work very hard. I see Paul. I can't wait to hear more of you and what you do. But I see all of these artists from, I worked in heavy metal for so long, and seeing in an underground world where everybody just works. It's like an underground in Fourmilière where everybody just works. And there's something that works because we keep on doing it. There's people that help you and people that want to hear more of you. So coming from this school, I just started doing the same thing in world music and seeing things happen. But to answer your real question, je suis vraiment honoré d'avoir la chance d'être le protagoniste de Cagliari QC. Et surtout parce que je vois que il y a vraiment un vaste monde, une vaste richesse à travers les langues, à travers les musiques du monde et autres, au-delà de tout ce qu'on nous envoie devant la télé ou devant... Même, c'est rendu même dans les réseaux sociaux aussi. C'est même difficile dans les réseaux sociaux de sortir du lot. Mais je suis un de ceux qui réussit. Je fais des shows. Je gagne ma vie avec ma musique. So that's the important, for me, that's the important thing. But this documentary, you did it because there are many obstacles also. And we can't deny that. So that's why, and I'm really, je suis très reconnaissant. Merci énormément. J'ai jamais assez de merci à vous dire.
Aisha, I'm going to sort of ask you to give us a sense of, just from some of the work you've written and some of the work you've done, how is the Quebec industry treating, it's a tough one.
We want to know.
But just from, you've talked to other artists about this issue, being an artist that doesn't fall under the sort of, francophone mainstream category. Yeah. How's the industry treating those artists?
I mean, I've written a piece in 2017 for The Fader, and I got into a lot of problems for it because it was an American publication, and I wrote about the gap between the French-speaking and English-speaking people in terms of grants. Just the access of money is like someone from the industry was like, off the record, there's more money in the whole Canada for French-speaking music than there is for the rest, And you have to like go into certain tricks to get something. It's easier if it's not in English and you're Quebec-based, but then it's very harder if it's English-speaking music and you're Quebec-based. But, for myself or people around me are all like native French speakers making music in English. For myself, I make music in Portuguese, Creole, and English, okay. So it's kind of safe, But whatever. But then, so to know that just the resources are bigger for a certain group, this is unfair. And then also when it comes to like radio plays and stuff like that, because I was on the other side of the game.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Radio plays a big question.
Do you also work in French? Do you have French only or only Portuguese? Well, not only.
Ouais, j'ai jamais fait de la musique en français.
Jamais en français.
Je sais même pas si un jour ça va arriver, tu sais.
Ok. Non,
pourtant, genre, c'est ma langue maternelle.
C'est ta langue maternelle.
C'est ça. Puis quand j'ai travaillé à Radio-Canada. J'ai fait une résidence en tant que DJ, puis je faisais 2 heures de DJ set à chaque mois, et j'ai jamais été autant anxieuse de ma vie à faire un DJ set. Pas parce que c'était une institution, et puis en plus c'est la première fois qu'on me payait, puis vraiment beaucoup, là, hein, OK, pour faire ça. Fait que c'était comme, OK, it's sustainable, non, mais genre tellement d'anxiété, genre par rapport au quota, tu comprends? Et ça me faisait vraiment de la peine. Parce que, un exemple, j'habite à Parc Extension, puis une de mes collègues musiciennes qui s'appelle Cali Technis, vraiment excellente songwriter, origine grecque, super Parkex. Puis tu sais, comme on a fait une chanson ensemble, justement la chanson elle commence un peu en grec, puis après ça va en anglais, super UK garage, like club things, played on BBC Radio 1. But I could not play it on the radio here in my city.
À cause des quotas.
Parce que c'est comme, ben là, il faut que tu choisis ton quota anglophone canadien. And then, all that to say that one day, like, I really want to sit down with the CRTC people and tell them that we need a new category or something, locally.
Now, for people who don't know, let's talk we were going to come back to it after, but I might as well talk about it now. So radio play and the quotas. When we talk about quotas, it's language, right? Yeah. Can you give us a breakdown of, in Quebec, what the radio stations have to do?
So basically, the quota is the most important one. It's like 65 of your musical content has to be French Canadian. So French speaking music from Canada, 65%. Okay? And no shade at all, but there's not a lot of things
you can say it.
in that realm that is worth for me being played. Okay? And on the other side, okay, I feel like there's so much potential, but there's so much DIY. Like you said, there's a fourmilière. And I'm not talking about musical style, you know what I'm saying? But then also musical style counts in this. So that 65% French speaking that they're talking about, it considers it's pop. But then when these quotas say pop music, it has... Ça veut rien dire, là. Tu comprends? So they count hip-hop as pop, they will put rock in pop, they will put R&B in pop, they will put anything that is like contemporary music in pop, okay? And then you have a 35% of English-speaking Canadian music. But then, of course, me as a curator, I'm gonna put only like, you know, Quebec-based artists, Montreal-based artists as much as I can, you know? And then you have the world, you know, the world part, which is, I hate that word. I hate it, because c'est tellement péjoratif for anybody from wherever you are in the world, actually, you know? But that's another discussion. But then this part is like World Canada. C'est comme un peu plus, ça peut take over, it can take over the rest. It's safe. You can put more world music than French speaking, but still I love French speaking, but it's okay, passes. But the other one, English cannot prevail over French, but autre langue can prevail over French if you want. There's some little tricks about it. You can, it still passes.
When you say when you talk about quotas, the 65%.
What?
So that's not for how do you say? It's only for public radio, not.
Oui, la CRTC, ça englobe tout le Canada.
Public, par exemple,
Oui.
pas comment on dit, Rouge et compagnie, c'est.
Je pense
privé.
qu'eux aussi, ça englobe ça.
Je suis pas sûr. They're affected too.
Oui,
the
ils
private?
sont aussi affectés, tout le monde.
But Chaume FM is.
So we have to say, when we talk about the 65% French, we're talking about the French
Another
language
thing.
stations.
Yeah,
Very
exactly. The
important
French
to-
language,
yeah.
exactly.
Ça, oui, exactement.
Ben, c'est un peu comme les radios, c'était un vestige d'un ancien système que, tu te souviens qu'à HMV, là, il y avait des lois ici au Québec séparent les trucs en francophone et anglophone. It's strange that there's that division, but it's still, there's still, when you go and you see Radio-Canada, it's funny, I do everything in French and English, so moi je joue les deux tout le temps. Puis there is no liaison between the CBC music programming and Radio-Canada music programming.
Yeah.
And that's because there's a whole bunch of old white Quebec separatists, that are in charge of what, there. And then when you go to Canada, it's the people who are going like, well, Bryan Adams' work is and Nickelback works and, Sam Roberts works and Serena Ryder, and that's it. And that's all.
When you say there's no liaison, you mean there's no
Nobody
link,
goes between
not
them.
because one passes
Nobody goes like,
something
hey,
that passes the
Carquois,
other.
we've done some like test marketing here in Quebec.
Yeah.
Carquois blowing up everywhere. People love him in the States. So why don't you play it in English Canada? There's nobody going and saying, why don't you play this from Montreal? Why don't you play this from Quebec? So it's a weird. Il y a comme un manque de communication entre le main droite et la main gauche.
Segregation,
Yeah.
let's say it.
Well-
Let's say the real word is segregation.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Every time I always on tour in Europe and stuff, and I'm just always like, yeah, Montreal is segregated, Quebec is segregated. Low-key, I would love to. I'm always saying Quebec zit and all that stuff. Like we should separate Montreal from the rest of Quebec. Okay?
I'm gonna call Ballarama Holders.
Paul, you
about
guys
that.
need to talk more. But
I
I want
Which
to
one
give
you
a,
say?
Paul says this too. He calls it anyway.
But the Rock.
The Rock.
The Rock,
yeah,
le rest of Quebec. Because everybody talks about the ROC and the Rock. Mais, tu sais, pour moi aussi, je pense que le truc qui est comme unique de qu'est-ce qui se passe ici à Montréal, not Quebec, Montréal, is le côté, la culture franglais, mais la culture interculturel. Ça veut dire que, tu sais, moi, j'ai des amis qui chantent en créole. J'aimerais ça avoir une chorus ou un refrain qui est en créole. Inviter mon ami Marco à aller chanter en italien, puis après ça, je fais mon truc en français avec
that's
mon
what
accent.
I do. We
Avec-
the same gang. We gang.
But,
You
you
know?
see,
That's what we
here,
do.
here on television and radio,
But they don't want because
there is nothing to
listen,
get
did
you
you
into
heard
that.
what they say today? This,
Yeah.
you know, there's
It's-
children. I cannot swear, but this guy, this guy,
They've heard it all.
85% of immigrants don't have jobs. Tu comprends? They're talking about all of us here because we're all children of immigrants. Ça fait mal. Ça fait mal parce que pendant que tout le monde est malade, là, c'est qui s'en va travailler? C'est qui va travailler? C'est qui run la boulangerie? C'est qui run les infirmières, les taxis et tout? You know who does that? It's us. It's our parents. It's our families. It's all of us. We run this city. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they don't want to understand that how mixed we are.
Or
you know what I'm saying?
acknowledge.
Oui, mais
Even in my family, we're like, listen, you know, Haitian and Italian weddings.
we're quite the same.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
I've been there. This is my life. Even in my music, I told you, my song is in Greek and in English. My other song is Portuguese and in English, Creole, Portuguese, English, French. But the thing is, like, pour eux, there's a definition of un bon immigrant. Tu comprends ce que je veux dire? And then if they put us in this box, and I feel like if we don't, as a collective, you're from a metal background, world music, Italian music, you're from a rock background, I'm from electronic music and hip-hop. If everybody, we sit down, we write a letter, and we protest to the maximum, and we're like, listen, we need new categories because we cannot survive. Spotify is not feeding me. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know when my gig is gonna be taking off me because it's gonna be another virus with like 2-3 antennas on its head. You know what I'm saying? C'est comme, those revenues are very important. Il y a des artistes francophones là, sur SiriusXM là, qui font 15 000 $ par année.
Oh, look, I understand what she's saying. I just want to say something else. No, but
Go, Anita.
I think it's purposely done. You know, I'll go forward to this. These political, every charter, the Charter of the French language, the Bill 96, now these are measures that also instigate some sort of, let's call it segregation or categorization between people. Because if you don't fit into a predetermined mold, and this mold is really very, it's undermining, right? So if you don't fit into this mold in the definitions that are really clearly stated, then you are unallowed to be and to express yourself. So what does this mean today in terms of artists? It means that if you don't fill the specific determinations of singing in French and or in English, if you're allowed to, then you fit into the other box. And this is not simply an other box, it's otherization, right? So you do not exist. The immigrants that we referred to, or the first, second generation immigrants, we do not exist as a people who have a say. And this is the harshest reality, when in fact, economically, the economic model functions because of the so-called immigration input, right?
But even the cultural landscape.
Oh, not even, yeah. But
You know
let's
what
not
I'm
even
saying?
talk about the cultural landscape. Let's
Because
get rid of all the
we've made them
Italians and
cool.
all the Haitians.
They try to talk like us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they just don't.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, rap in Quebec, they have this specific lingual. I'm from Montreal Nord, okay?
Me too.
Listen, you know. I know, listen. I know. I grew up with y'all. I know y'all. You know, tu sais, charcuterie de Noël and all that stuff.
No.
Mais oui, là, t'inquiète, on
I
est
was
là.
right there on Léger, la
On
Côte-Terre.
est là, on est là.
Oh
Yo,
my God.
non. Mais, tu sais, dans le sens où, comme, tu sais, on est là, on fait partie de cette culture-là, dans l'espèce de underground aussi, puis c'est dur de sustain. C'est ça qui me fait mal, tu sais. Comme là, j'ai un peu crack the code avec les subventions, genre, j'ai travaillé pour...
You cracked the code?
Yeah.
Davero?
Yeah. So all my friends are calling me, come correct my grant. You know, parce que, tu sais, il y a comme... Il y a un petit, you know, there's a way to flip it. But then after that, the resource things, it's really the CRTC that guides, like, oh, this quota works or not. Parce que c'est important, tu sais. C'est important de...
And I want to give a concrete example of, because, you know, some people will be like, oh, but it's quotas, 35%, you have enough room. But Marco Cagliari, you sing, you're Quebecois artist, you sing in Italian. Who are you competing against? You know, when the radio programmer is trying to decide the 35%, who are you competing against?
I have no idea. Actually, you know what? I really don't know who I'm competing against because I don't
Competing
see.
against English Canada au complet.
No, even worse.
Oui, ben,
You too, Lady Gaga,
all of
Katy
world
Perry.
because
music.
for
who's he
a
competing
while,
against,
because maybe it is even changed, but for a while, because I play 120 shows a year, and people buy my shows. I play, and sometimes I've been invited in radio stations, big radio stations, that for an hour show with me, a special, and they can't even play my music. But I'm not the host, but je suis l'invité spécial. They can't play my songs, even if it's... So c'est un peu... Comment tu prends ça? T'es comme admis, mais pas. Fait que t'es comme, t'es notre ami, mais faut que tu restes dans le cabanon en arrière.
C'est
parce
capoté,
que,
ça.
Ben oui, c'est capoté, mais il y a des choses, ce qu'elle veut dire, où elle veut aller, Agatha, c'est que à un moment donné, quand j'ai eu un deuxième album qui a vendu beaucoup, I had a second album that sold a lot, and that could have flipped things, but it wasn't even enough. I kept on having the answer. We can't change a U2 song or a Lady Gaga song for one of your songs, even if you're popular, because we just can't. It's just that. There's like no reason. It's just we're not allowed to do it.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it out loud, okay?
Go.
And this is like that. What I think the most upsetting part for me is like in this last week, we heard the comments from the minister, the immigration minister, and from the leader of the CAC, who I won't say his goddamn name. He should lose the vote. They should be kicked out, you know, just for being racists. Do you know what I mean? But the thing is that attitude, that racist attitude, and that them trying to go and bite, you know, and get a Duhem vote or a PQ vote or whatever, you know, they're basically just this is still a regional and city battle. It's the same thing for me. When I go to the regions, the only song they're ever gonna play ever is Une Rose Noire. I could be coming out with a new record. It could be doing pretty well in the States. It could be in English or in French too. Like there could be both, but they're only ever gonna play the one song that, you know, that was like that fit into a certain mandate at a certain time, and that my accent was good, and I sounded like le bon Québécois Anglo that really wanted. No, but what I'm just trying to say is that I still think it's like it's still like it's still a regional versus the city. Like we're coming from Montreal. They don't like you. They don't want you there.
It is, but I'm not, and I don't want to. We know each other, but they play your song. They can't even if I have a sold out show in Chicoutimi.
Yeah.
They can't even play more than 5 seconds unless I go there live. Live, I can do whatever I want. Sometimes I woke up at 6 a.m. to go do an interview, and for a show that I'm doing like the same night, and Marco, you have to come to the station. We got to do something. Okay, can you play a song? Oh no, we can't play them. But
see, it's not the people that don't. This is what I'm saying. It's not the people that don't want you there.
I know. Tous les animateurs, they're all cool.
It's the
they all
system.
want you there. It's the I know, but but that's the problem. Même les animateurs, les journalistes, ils veulent même pas dévier le système quand c'est tout à fait logique. C'est même plus une logique.
But all of them, they all love the status quo because it pays their bills. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
You know.
So I have friends here in Montreal who are very involved in hip hop, right? So I produce a lot of hip hop too. But like the cipher, and you know this is an incredible phenomenon. Like every week, there's 300 people coming through, and there's rappers, and it's all English and French and Creole and patois, and it's a really interesting thing. But exporting that outside of Montreal, there's a huge political resistance, because here is about the protection of a culture. Il y a la protection d'une langue. C'est très, très, très spécifique. Au lieu de penser à l'exportation, c'est pas comme la promotion, d'aller promouvoir la culture montréalaise, interculturelle, interlinguiste, polyglotte. We don't have the foresight, you know, to go like, all right, let's take this to Philly. Philadelphia had have a freestyle culture where everybody, you know, it's an important thing there. Let's take this thing to New York. Montreal has an interesting hip hop thing happening. Let's make this everywhere. Let's let everybody know Montreal is a hip-hop mecca destination. But instead, they can't get play anywhere. Nobody knows about it outside of the city. And this is a problem. This is a problem that we're being blocked by somebody who is, the protectionism has blocked our ability to promote.
But it's purposely done again. It's done. Why is Montreal like such a vibrant, polycultural, polylinguistic society? It's the result of their very politics. The politics of the 1970s and even prior to that made it so putting French as being the common language or the official language of communication made it so that it's a distinct place where all peoples of different cultural and linguistic backgrounds were able to maintain their mother tongue in addition to learning French, in addition to learning English, which makes it a unique place in the world. It really does. We're set by others. In my work is being looked at by universities in Europe, universities in Ireland, where they look at minority realities and artists, and they see this place as a gem. And the irony is, we are the result. What we see here is we are the result of these politics, Québécois politics, but the government in place does not recognize. They did not think of this outcome. They thought that they were going to create like nationalists, predetermined nationalist cookie cutter people that would only follow a certain nationalist view, whereas at the contrary, we are a diverse, incredibly rich population, and this is not being recognized at all, nor is it being, like you say, Paul, like you say as well, being featured as a selling point. It's being stomped on, and
we need
so
to resist
depressing.
together. We need to ally I didn't know you guys before. I'm sure we know people that we know, and I just think it just takes someone who writes very well, write a letter, circulate in your network, everybody signs, and I don't know, says something about, I speak 3 languages or whatever. I'm sure everybody here speaks 3 languages or more, you know what I'm saying? And then, or something that makes it very politically, and then, because we have to unite ourselves, we're more than them, and we know who we are. They don't know. Everybody's trying to analyze from the outside what is it to be a Montrealer and speak all those languages, but because they're not inside, and
they're not inside this reality.
They didn't grow up from the get-go. We're all bred like this.
Yeah.
Tu comprends? C'est vraiment quelque chose que si ensemble, even though on n'est pas dans la même musique, on a tout le même goal. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? Parce que si la CRTC change les lois, on peut avoir n'importe quelle station de radio spécialisée après. Tu vois ce que je veux dire?
Et je pense que les fonds vont aussi suivre.
Mais c'est ça.
C'est aussi les programmateurs devraient changer aussi. Je pense qu'il y a comme un problème dans la programmation.
Listen, I know people at ici Musique, and it's a battle from the inside as well. Parce que tant que la CRTC change pas, eux, ils sont obligés de rester dans des cadres. There's people with no taste working there, but there's people with taste.
Il y avait les ex-joueurs de Bande à part. Comme Bande à part était là, puis ils étaient en train de pousser des boutons et changer un peu, mais ça n'existe plus.
Ils ont mis dehors.
Ils ont mis dehors.
Il y a un nouveau son maintenant qui est pas pire.
And Paul, you brought up your single Un Rose Noir that came out in 2007. So for people who don't know, because that changed your career path, because you had been doing music for quite a while before that. Sort of give us a resume.
So you think Marco is old, and he's been doing music a long time.
What year are you in?
Old too.
I've been, listen, I've been
old.
I should say I interviewed you the first time. Were you like 15, 16?
Yeah, at CKUT, Underground Sound.
Yeah, CKUT.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a really, really long time with very moderate success. I was doing fine, actually. Les Vendettas étaient un groupe assez populaire à l'époque. Mais j'ai décidé de sortir un album en français. Puis, tu vois, moi, I shouldn't even be at this panel because I'm the definition of a certain kind of privilege. I sing in English and can do whatever I want. And then I do this stuff in French. And les bourses ou les succès commerciaux, je l'ai eu. I've had a whole bunch of top 10s, you know? So I've benefited incredibly from what Quebec and Montreal is. Being able to jump between the two has brought me to j'ai fait des tournées en France. J'ai joué partout au Canada.
What would you change for your path? You know, pour comment je peux dire, pour améliorer ton chemin à toi?
You know what? I would have said
you
yes
change?
to way more things when I had a commercial hit. Because back then I was just like, no. I rejected everything commercial. There would be Belle et Bum would call me and be like, you want to do the show? I'm like, no, I don't want to do it.
You
I want,
said no
I want
to-
my punk rock credibility. I want to stay underground. I don't want to do this. Part of, like, for me, it was like rejecting the system was going to be the thing that was gonna be the political prowess, was rejection. And
Okay.
now I wish I just said yes, and now Tout le monde en parle would be inviting me, and I could say whatever the hell I want. And
Exactly.
But-
That's my goals, huh? That's my goal.
Yeah, but
Because me
Listen,
too, I have that
but
goal
I think
to
what
go
I
to
wanna-
Let's go, let's go,
But-
let's go, let's go.
But singing in French,
But see,
having
this-
one song in French
That's it, that's what I
changes
wanted to talk
everything.
you
about.
think a song in French?
But
That's the unfortunate.
I'm trying to go to Tout le monde en parle with no music in
nothing.
French and
But-
just stomp on
See,
these.
so the thing is,
doesn't
for
happen,
Paul,
but
it's
it do-
fantastic because your career trajectory changed with that one French single. The problem is, it's almost like it's a kind of a reminder for everyone else that doesn't sing in French.
It's not that. It's that. Okay, so here, let me talk about
Yeah.
this film. Okay,
Yes.
after we did this film,
Yeah, that's
like I went and tu sais, je pense que Tula avait fait un
Tula-
article là-dessus.
She did an interview with me.
Yes, and she took a
Sorry,
quote.
we should say for people don't for
Ah oui.
cult MTL.
Sure, but they took a quote, right? And they take a quote that je pense que j'ai dit ça en français, mais ils ont traduit parce que c'était comme pour un truc en anglais. So on this tweet headlined thing was, Paul Cornello says, I think something rather innocuous, like we need to be promoting more minority languages in Quebec. I would love to hear more Creole, more Italian. I even said Italian, just for you.
I know.
And I said that in the quote, Dene, Algonquin, I said a whole bunch of things. Anyway, and the Twitter Pied Piper of the Pickist like hammer just
They cut your head off.
Came down on me. It was like as if Paul has been duping us for the last 20 years of his career, singing in French, and he did it all just to win just to sell records, and then now he's cutting us off at the knees. And look at this guy selling out all his francophone fans, banned Paul Cornell. Like nobody wanted to buy my new record, and I was like, look, and people were writing, Paul hasn't written a French song in 10 years. I'm like, I put out a French record last year.
Yeah, you put one just out.
It's just you don't know about it anymore, and you don't care about me, and I'm 43, and I'm getting old.
Mais c'est fou, mais ça c'est récent.
It's only
Ça, c'est
here.
récent. Mais
It's
oui,
only
je sais.
here.
The fact that listen, I'm not saying, moi je dis absolument rien différent de qu'est-ce que j'avais dit dans ma carrière, puis même je pense que j'avais une éloquence dans le documentaire. Dans le passé, là, moi,
It was very eloquent.
j'étais dans le passé, j'étais beaucoup plus baveux, là, tu sais, avec mes opinions. Anyway,
We managed to keep all your F-bombs out of the film.
See, this is what I'm saying. So,
But you got scared on this one, though.
well, it's just
It scared you.
It's just that what happens is, ça devient comme, tu sais, même, tu vois, moi, j'ai profité beaucoup. Moi, je suis un homme cis blanc. Like, I'm the definition of privilege. I've had commercial success. I have 18 albums. I'm doing really well. I own a recording studio. I am like in the top 0.2% of this shitty little city, and I'm like,
Said with love.
but even though I'm all those things, when I say something to defend, I think they were offended by just me saying Creole. And you have all these people who are so mad at you because they are
Because
nationalistic
they have their
and
own
white
issues.
and racist.
They have their own traumas that they never resolved. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't call it trauma. I would say
Everybody has their trauma, okay? Italians has their trauma.
Sure.
Haitians
But-
has their trauma. We all have traumas that we carry from back home and here. I've never been to Haiti, but I'm sure I have my traumas of my grandmother or whatever. But I'm trying to auto-analyze myself and not put those traumas in other people's face.
well, what
But they have their own trauma, and they don't even know that they're traumas.
Well, I would also say that I think that xenophobia is like people don't, you can't say xenophobia anymore. You can't say fascism, you can't say racism because it's an insult. No, it's a descriptor.
real.
There is xenophobia, there is racism, and fascism is on the rise globally. So we have all these things happening right now, and then the minute that this darling, this Le Bon Anglo, that everybody loved, is now coming out saying like, hey, we got to support other languages too, and that's me
How
a betrayal
dare
to my
you.
French,
Dare
my
you.
own French my own French catalog, my own francophone audience. You know, it's not a betrayal of those people. Moi, j'aime ça écrire en français. Moi, j'aime tellement d'aller toucher les deux audiences.
Pour les mauvaises raisons. Là.
Yeah, but well, there you go. And that everybody's like, oh, he was just trying to make money. I don't know. You know, whatever.
That means I'm trying to make money with my with my couple of French songs that I can't even get grants for. But because they want me to stay Italian.
We're gonna do a French record.
That's another thing.
They want you to stay Italian.
They want me to stay
Italian.
Italian.
You're in a nice category of the other. You see, in the point, listen, when you put out Mi Ricordo, which is an album in 2014, and that's what really attracted me to the work that you were doing. So Mi Ricordo, Je me souviens, the motto for Quebec. Marco decides to honor his strong link to Quebec and Quebec history and roots, to honor 11 Quebecois songwriters. And he does so by reinterpreting them in Italian so that he could have his Italian counterparts, so the rest of Europe understand what la chanson québécoise is all about and what were his influences, part of his influences. Well, that album was the one that sold the least. And why, and I analyzed it, I said, why did it sell the least when you were giving such a gift, un hommage à la chanson québécoise en italien, figure-toi, il fait quelque chose d'exceptionnel, mais non, on le boude en disant, ben non, ben là, tu peux pas toucher à ça, puis ben, comment on va le catégoriser, mais ben voyons, c'est en italien, mais même si c'est Beau Dommage ou c'est La Bolduc en italien, ben c'est pas correct non plus, même si ça fait des tournées partout au Québec, en Italie, etc., ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que là, Marco Cagliari, c'est plus l'italien folklorique, charmant, exotique, là. C'est qui, Marco? Il veut être québécois? Ben non, pas possible. Non, pas ici. And that's what sparked everything for me.
Well, before everybody, starts saying it's all Quebec bashing at this panel, I just want to say this is not Quebec bashing. It's like, but also like we're all Québécois. Nous sommes tous des Québécois, and like we're allowed to bash Quebec. We should be bashing Quebec as much as possible. And Canada too.
It's hard. It's hard to say je suis Québécois. It's very difficult.
We start with that.
But I'm just saying, it's like
me, I cannot say it. I was born. It was minus 30 in Montreal. But I cannot say je suis québécoise. Ça, je peux pas le dire.
Can you say you are Canadian?
Okay. Je le sens pas. Je suis montréalaise avant d'être haïtienne, tu comprends? Mais je suis pas québécoise. Okay. Parce que genre, je sors de la ville et puis ils me regardent puis ils sont comme hey, tu viens d'où?
Ça, je suis d'accord avec. Je suis d'accord avec toi.
Mais Anita and I have had like hours and hours discussing this. She couldn't believe that I would.
Yeah.
I always say I call myself a Montrealer way before I call myself a Québécois.
Mais non, I'm Québécoise because Montreal is in Quebec et moi je suis québécoise et je redéfinis.
Mais je vais demander j'aimerais ça demander la question à Marco parce que pour Marco, lui a une fierté. You like Quebec. Toi t'es comme je suis québécois, je suis fier d'être québécois. Puis tu sais pour moi j'étais comme je me sens aliéné. Puis j'ai dit OK, oublie tout ça là, tu sais. Puis moi je rejette le nationalisme en général. Uber rejection of nationalism. So for you feel pride in this place. Les régions.
Est-ce qu'on utilise le mot pride? Je ne sais pas. Moi, tout ce que je sais, c'est tout est dans le parcours. Le parcours de moi, enfant de la loi 101, à Saint-Michel, qui dans mes classes, il y a l'Espagne, le Chili, l'Haïti, le Liban, le Vietnam. Puis ça, c'est ma normalité. Et surtout toi aussi, mais ça c'est ma normalité. Mais attends, je sors de là.
You'll never understand us. That's the thing. You have something pure in your hands, and they will never understand. C'est ça qui m'énerve. It's so beautiful.
T'as absolument raison. Mais de là, pour répondre à Paul, parce que je sais, en tout cas, oui j'ai ça. Oui j'ai ça, et Paul, on est différents pour ça, mais je suis pas le nationaliste. Je suis quelqu'un qui aime le Québec pour toutes ses richesses, et on parle autant d'immigration que autant de
sirop d'érable.
de traditions des fois mal placées, OK, on va dire ça comme ça, mais parce que j'ai grandi quand j'ai parti mon premier groupe heavy metal, on a 14 ans. Deux Espagnols, un Chilien, moi l'Italien, puis notre première tournée en dehors de Montréal, c'est Chicoutimi. Puis on arrive à Chicoutimi, puis personne... Et en fait, tout le monde est indifférent. Il n'y a personne qui nous dit « Hey, les Montréalais » ou « Hey, les fils d'importés ». Jamais on a eu ça. C'était comme « The vibe is metal, the vibe is music, and we like it ». Fait que jamais on a été jugé. Fait que moi, ça part de là. Moi, j'ai cette espèce de feeling-là que je reçois et que ça continue, c'est continuel. Au finalement, on remplit des festivals, des salles, partout dans le Québec, mais on sait qu'on est différent. On chante en 4 langues, en français, anglais, espagnol, italien, et ils nous aiment pour ça, même si on est à Rouyn-Noranda, puis c'est sûrement le nationaliste full keb là, qui est devant nous puis qui capote. Mais pour moi, c'est une fierté, parce que je sais que je suis différent, mon parcours est différent. Fait que moi, si on m'a compris, ben pour moi, c'est là, c'est comme une victoire, tu sais. C'est de juste filer la vibe. Je te donne un petit exemple. Attends.
I fear the flag
Michel
waving.
Pagliaro, Serge Fiori. Il n'y a pas un Québécois qui a dans sa tête que, hey, Fiori, c'est italien, ça. Pagliaro, c'est italien. Non, parce qu'ils sont tellement ancrés dans la culture québécoise francophone qu'ils oublient même leur parcours, mais aussi parce que Serge Fiori et Pagliaro, c'est pas comme s'ils parlent de l'Italie tout le temps. Fait que je comprends ça, mais en même temps, tu sais, admettons, Fiori à la disque, qui se fait donner un prix pour son œuvre, pas une fois dans tout l'hommage, ils ont nommé son vrai parcours, fils d'immigrant, que son père, c'était Georges Fiori, un crooner italien, que Fiori a appris à jouer de la guitare sur des classiques italiens. Personne n'a demandé ça, mais lui, il l'expose pas non plus, alors je peux pas y en vouloir.
C'est ça, you know.
Ben
Moi,
oui.
Je peux pas, you know, I cannot hide.
I know you
I
can't.
go in a room, they know.
Yeah.
They know. I have to claim it.
I know.
Hey, il faisait moins
Je comprends.
30 quand je suis né. Genre,
3
juste
février, non.
1er janvier.
Ah,
you know?
OK, c'est vrai.
Tu sais, fait que c'est comme, like, I have to claim
I know.
that snow when I was
Yes.
born. Parce que sinon, c'est comme, non.
Mais
tu
like-
rentres dans la pièce, puis direct, you know, I'm not white passing, or I'm not pass. I cannot pass for something.
Like Paul said,
You know what I'm
exactly,
saying?
we're
It's
white
just-
passing, puis c'est triste. Ça,
There's
c'est d'une
no-
tristesse.
You know, there's no ambiguity
Je
when
sais.
I go into a room, là,
I know.
tu sais, on s'entend, là. Puis, mais, fait que c'est comme ces différentes réalités, tu vois. Tu
comprends.
peux te cacher étant italien, puis avoir certains
Et être
traits.
blanc,
You
tu
know
peux
what I'm
le dire,
saying?
c'est-
I, you know, just speaking about music in general, I'd really hoped going into this industry that what I would encounter is a more sensitive group of people, or a more politically aware group of people, or a group of people that had une sensibilisation à comme des autres.
Ouais.
But what I've discovered is that no, it's a white boys club. They let me in. They gave me a mic because they were like, "You kind of look like us, but you're not talking like us, so we don't like you anymore."
C'est
What,
ça.
and for everybody that isn't that, it becomes incredibly hard. And our industry suffers from the same racism and exclusionism and bigotry that every other industry has, and we have to do our own reckoning with it. The misogyny, the grooming, the sexual abuse. We're discovering that with all our rock heroes right now. We're discovering, how many people have been abusive right up until, Arcade Fire. We are in trouble. No, but our industry is in trouble.
C'est vrai.
Right? And and it's up to us
I mean,
to
the
like
more we have
reckoning and
conversations
fix it.
like this, that's the most important, you know.
Well, this was going to be like, we've got maybe about 5-10 minutes. What do we?
And I have a show at 7:30.
Yeah. What do we do to? What do we do? How do we change things so that
Let's make the letter.
the Québécois artists who just happen to not sing in French?
Letter.
How do we get them to be part of the mainstream? That's the tough question.
I told you.
Want to start with the letter?
If we make a
to
letter
CRTC.
I'm gonna
and
say
we,
something
we
harsh.
start with like people who have big names, like you, me, blah blah. Everybody, not a certain genre, parce que ils vont comprendre là. Oh, c'est tout le monde du hip-hop, le monde du rap. Non. Puis on écrit nos genres de musique principal, so people ils comprennent que comme hey, on vient de différentes sphères, on est tous ensemble. Tu comprends ce que je veux dire? If we start with a letter, that's the biggest thing we can do. Everybody can be involved. We don't need to make a video or anything. Like we're all like busy.
Like a manifesto.
Trying, c'est ça, tu vois? That's the first step that we do. We stick together. Because if we stick, it only takes 5 people to do the revolution. That's what my dad says. And then boom, 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 we break the barriers and all the stuff like that, you know? Parce que c'est vraiment juste ça que ça prend. Parce qu'après, on va voir la CRTC, puis on pression. Et après, on peut avoir des stations de radio spécialisées par rapport au genre, ou par rapport à whatever. One last thing, because I'm going to have to go. For real, I have a show now. But like, at the end of the day, I don't know for y'all, but music is a spiritual thing. you know, first and foremost, okay? It's something that we not see, that we cannot touch, but when it hits you, you feel no pain, you know? So, genre, se rappeler de ça, premièrement, et deuxièmement, genre, pour moi, la musique, c'est déjà le langage, you know? C'est déjà ça. Et vraiment, si on fait un statement qui rappelle ça, tu comprends ce que je veux dire? They will know who we are. And when I say who we are, is like the struggle of, I don't know which parents came here by boat. Your great-grandparents came from Italy by boat, or whatever, or mine, or whatever. We are their prayers. There's nothing stronger than the prayer of a grandmother or something, you know, and she probably prayed for one of us to be here and be and defending and doing all that stuff. So let's be that person and join our forces together and smash it, you know?
T'as raison. C'est là que tu drop the mic.
I'm really dropping the mic. Vraiment, j'étais vraiment contente. The spirits are here! Jesus Christ.
This is epic. We've got this on camera.
The spirits, they say.
Non, avec toi, c'est drop the glass. C'est
Quand les
parfait,
verres,
man.
ils pètent, ça veut dire que les esprits sont là. Okay, I'm
C'est
gonna
ta
take
grand-mère
everybody's
qui parle.
Instagram and stuff. I'm gonna and Facebook.
Well, we're gonna wrap things up. So thank you so much.
Thank you,
I'm
merci.
sorry.
Hein.
Thank you. We could keep going on for like hours and hours.
Yeah.
So thank you so
C'est
much
bon.
to Pop Montreal for inviting us.
Oui.
I think the first of many discussions. This
worry.
discussion needs to continue. And I'm going to do a quick plug. So Cagliari QC, we are part of Pop Montreal, Pop Film. It's a double bill tomorrow. So Cagliari QC and Pour de Vrai, 2 documentary films. Tomorrow, October 1st, 3:30 p.m. at Cinema Moderne.
Cool.
And please go and
Merci.
go see the film, because another thing, it is on CBC, like it is on CBC.
Oh yeah,
Gem.
you know what? Since it is a streaming
Right.
video, that'll be on the internet forever. Cagliari QC is available on CBC Gem. Yeah, across Canada.
And just for the story, il n'y a aucun diffuseur francophone qui a acheté le documentaire. Mais
Pas encore.
pas
On
encore.
essaye.
I like the pas encore.
Oui, on essaye.
It's positive. It's positive. Mais merci, thank you, and I hope you're going to see Cagliari QC and don't bash on this great
There's
artist.
no reason to. He didn't
I
say
know,
anything.
mais non, je sais. Mais c'est vraiment génial parce qu'elle apporte aussi d'autres trucs, tu sais, d'autres réalités. Chacun, on a nos réalités. Dans le documentaire, il y a Katia Rock qui a sa réalité. Puis j'allais dire quelque chose de harsh tantôt. On se demandait qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire. Puis j'allais dire quelque chose de harsh. We have to find dead bodies to, pour se faire entendre. Comme là, les Premières Nations. Moi, je trouve ça complètement hypocrite. Tout le monde le sait, là, mais c'est génial tout l'amour qu'ils reçoivent en ce moment, mais c'est tellement hypocrite parce que c'est d'il y a 30 ans que ça devrait être exactement comme ça commence à l'être en ce moment. Que Samian ait une parole, que la Radio-Canada ait des émissions et pas une chanson par mois qui passe peut-être. Je trouve ça dégueulasse et en même temps, je trouve ça beau
C'est pas les miettes
pour les bonnes
dont on a
raisons.
besoin ou dont c'est pas les miettes, c'est pas les restants.
Non, c'est pas les restants. Et on n'a pas parlé de la disque parce que ça, c'est des génies du restant, des restants de miettes. Bref. Next Pop.
And on that, yeah, exactly.
Merci
on that
Pop
note.
Montréal.
Merci.
Hein?
Merci.
D'ailleurs, j'ai vu un super show hier à Pop Montréal, BB Club. C'était génial. C'était vraiment très bon.
Super.
Thank you, everyone.
Merci. Thank you.
So, how'd it go?